The views, information, and opinions expressed during the following program are solely those of the individuals involved and do not necessarily represent the views of Access Communications, its representatives, or its employees.
Good morning, cheer fans. We are back. Day 2 of the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic live from the Warman Home Center Communiplex. We had a great Friday night, packed, jam-packed with cheer, dance, everything you could want. We saw it all from the little itty-bitties all the way to the top-tier elite teams, and we're only going to get more of that today. I am Daniela Ponticelli, once again joined by Holly Warniak. And Holly, quick thoughts to wrap up the first day last night.
Well, if the first day is going to be any indicator of what today is going to look like, I'm so excited. We're going to see a lot more cheer today, see some of the day 2 from some of the dance teams, and I'm just so pumped.
Of course, there was an awards night moment last night just to wrap up some of the individuals and duos, so we won't be seeing that again. As Holly just mentioned, some of the POM teams, hip-hop teams, dance teams, they get a chance to do their second routine, their second performance of the same routine, and the idea there is to average out the scores and then hopefully take home first place, or just do your best, because these are some very competitive teams, very difficult. I'm so glad I'm not in the judges' seat. Holly and I get to hang out back here, back in the building, and of course the big stage is all set up right in front of us as well. Again, thank you to everyone who joined us last night. We had a very active live stream, lots of great comments. Keep that flowing, keep that coming, and of course remember to cheer on everyone who you are watching as well. We are going to get started much the same way we did yesterday with Aiden Bowman Collegiate. Their Bears, their senior hip-hop team. They will be first up starting at 9 a.m. Central. Then Gritters Cheerleading from Yorkton, their U8 POM team, and then followed by Warman Ultimate Cheerleading and individual routine U12 prep. So we are going to see some individuals as well sprinkled throughout today. But again, Holly, let's go back to the cheer and the big team breakdowns. There are some world bids at stake today.
Yes, so there's a couple of dance bids and a couple cheer bids, so both have their own version of worlds, and some of those are at stake today for some of those teams that we're going to see later on this afternoon. So very excited to kind of see itty bitties level 1 all the way up to the elite level world athletes today.
So exciting. And those bids are important because they, of course, allow you to get that place, but also some of them are partially paid, and they'll put some money towards that big effort of taking an entire team all the way to Florida or wherever the dance worlds are.
Yes, definitely.
All right, well, we are all set. We've got our coffee. We're ready to go. And I think the fans are too here in Warman, Saskatchewan. If you don't know where Warman is, by the way, it's just north of Saskatoon. And it's such a welcoming, fantastic community. I'm always blown away by the hospitality, by just the layout of everything. It's a well-oiled machine here, and a big thanks to organizer Leslie for being a big part of that, of course. Holly mentioned yesterday, you mentioned that you were part of the very first, or many of the first Warman Cheer Classics, and way smaller than what we're seeing today.
Definitely. It fit inside of a high school gym instead of here in this big venue where it allows large practice space, lots of spectators being able to see. Before it was up in the risers around the track. So it's really awesome to see how many more people we can get in here, because the competition has grown so substantially.
And there's a whole practice section, which we always get a sneak peek of when we go back to see who just did their routine. They always take a look like, oh, hey, look at that. Thank you, producer Spencer, for flipping over to that. So you can see some of the teams who will be stepping out very shortly on the big stage, getting ready there behind the scenes. And that's just next to the room that we are in right now. Holly, can't believe I didn't mention it. This is the biggest Warman Cheer Classic ever. We're not just saying that for effect. It really is the biggest of the already biggest competition in Saskatchewan. More than 2,500 athletes, 5 provinces. We're going to see some today from BC. We saw quite a few from Alberta yesterday, of course, from Saskatchewan too, and also Ontario.
Yeah, no, it's so awesome to see so many of those people taking that trip to come all the way out here, and it just really makes it that huge competition when you get those out-of-town teams instead of just competing against the same people you kind of see all year in the province.
And here's a bird's eye view of the early birds who made it in, and of course, competition starts early. You got to bring that energy right away. I always liked getting the chance to perform and compete early because you've got that gusto, you're ready to show up. This is Aiden Bowman Collegiate Senior Hip Hop. Aiden Bowman Collegiate, their senior hip-hop team.
It was definitely great to see that attitude come back today, and so early in the morning where some of these teams show up an hour or two before their performance time, and they brought it this early.
I have to say now, Holly and I are going to give some comments that are really based a little anecdotally on what we saw yesterday. We didn't get a chance to go back and re-watch, obviously, but I would say that is a cleaner routine. There's just so much attack from start to finish. Again, that's what they brought yesterday, but there's that extra finesse today.
Yeah, that's the great thing about having a day 2 is where you get a set of scorecards at the end of day 1 and you can kind of see what the judges liked, what they didn't like, what they noticed, and you can come back on day 2 and kind of really finesse that.
I love that big flip. There's that moment, and honestly that moment popped more for me today. That's another thing too. Judges, spectators get another look at your routine, and there's always things that you just, oh wow, look at that moment, and what a great finish as well. Up next, we're going to get ready for Gritters Cheerleading. They're out of Yorkton. This is Formation, their U8 pom team. There's another look, Holly, at, of course, Aiden Bowman Collegiate watching back their routine. So that's going to remain the same. You're still going to get a chance to have a look back. And this is all just a fantastic setup for the athletes. Again, what is the benefit of being able to see your routine right away?
It's like, it's fresh in your mind. You just came off the floor and you get to come back and you watch your instant replay and you can kind of see like, oh yes, like I did do better than yesterday, or that hit today and it didn't hit yesterday. So that's awesome. And that's a really fun part of being able to go back, you catch your breath, you have a drink of water, and you get to watch your whole replay over again.
And I always love this too. So we're getting a look on your left at what Aiden Bowman Collegiate students are looking at. On the right there, able to relive the magic in the moment. I love that so much. I can only imagine if I had had that when my competition days, I would have been, oh, I would have picked it out immediately, right?
Yeah.
When we did right and wrong. All right, we're up next is Gritters Cheerleading. We're awake. We hope you are too. It's a good start to the Saturday morning already. Gritters cheerleading. They showed up here day 2 early on. Love the energy, but more than that, so many great takeaways from this routine. And Holly, I'll admit there were even some moments I didn't really catch yesterday that stood out today.
Yeah, that's the nice thing again about that day 2 is like even as us as spectators or parents and family and friends that are watching, if you watch day 1 to day 2, you're like, oh, I didn't notice that yesterday.
There's such a great moment in this routine where they're all lined up. There's 3 groupings and they do a great ripple to the front and add in some level changes. Again, it's that wonderful visual creativity, and these young cheerleaders executed it perfectly. And look at those smiles. They're so excited to be there. They don't know what time it is, right? They don't know that it's early on a Saturday.
We've seen a lot of professionalism from some of these younger teams where they are under 6, under 8. That is, like, that's a scary age to be out on stage without mom or dad there kind of to coach or help you out. And so I think they've done a really good job of just looking like they're having a blast. And then you don't think, oh, you can see the wheels turning almost.
That's a really great point, Holly, because you'll notice that as cheerleaders gain their confidence, and I will say at any age, the wheels do visually stop turning. You know, you don't have that deer in headlights look anymore. We've all been there. That's how it starts. And they were really great, poised cheerleaders. Now we're going to have our first individual. No, never mind. I got that incorrect there. It's a Warman Ultimate Cheerleading. It's their Team Jade, not a person, Team Jade, U12 Prep, Level 1. Warman Ultimate Cheerleading, hometown team here in Warman, Saskatchewan. This is their U12 prep team. Their first time, by the way, of course, showcasing here at Warman Cheer Classic. They'll get their chance to compete for the second time tomorrow. It was a nice first routine. Some moments, of course, to tweak and come out with a little bit more confidence. But some of these stunts, Holly, I really like the creativity and where, you know, the layering of what you can do at level 1 really comes into play.
Yeah, you definitely have to get creative as a coach just because there is a limited kind of amount of stunts that you can do. And there was a really, like, I loved seeing how they got into stunts, out of stunts, because that's what you have to do to be creative and not just do the same kind of couple of stunts that you're allowed to do at level 1. So it was a really awesome routine as far as being able to see just different ways to do it.
There was a really cool moment where they were in the thigh stand and there was a leg up and all of a sudden someone was on top of that leg. What a great way to stack stunts and make it look visually interesting. Really great performance from Jade, U12 Prep. All right, so the next 3, little teaser coming up here on Day 2, Session 2, Marion Graham Collegiate. We've seen them, their senior hip hop team. Boss Adam Athletics is back. Their Dazzle U8 Palm team. And then Western Athletics out of Swift Current. Legends U12 Prep #1. That'll be their first routine of Warman Cheer Classic 2023, and already filling up. It's going to get even busier here today. But we're ready now for the Marion Graham Collegiate Senior Hip Hop team. Senior hip hop, dropping it like it's hot. Absolutely loved it. I gotta say, Holly, what really stood out to me today is the attack on all the transitions. I remember all these great moments, that opening touch, toe touch, but to see the attack on how they get into each different formation is such a treat.
Yeah, no, the day before, you kind of get those kind of nerves out and you kind of have your first go at it, and then the second day it's like just come out and attack.
And this moment too, it's all about getting into it quickly, and Marion Graham, great choreography, allows those moments to breathe but also to get into it quickly. And then the levels here, what a great way to bring an end to this terrific routine. You know, we talk about when smaller groups have to really think about stretching the floor and the space. There's challenges as well when you have a really big group like this too. You have to make sure everyone has their moments and you're not overcrowding or overloading. And there's that beautiful drop at the end just to put a statement on it. So that's Marion Graham Collegiate, their senior hip hop team. Up next, we're awaiting Boss Athletics out of Regina, their Dazzle U8 Palm. And Holly so graciously reminded me that the U12 prep teams, or I guess all prep teams,
Prep and novice
yes,
teams, yeah.
prep and novice teams will not perform twice. They will not compete twice. They get one routine, much like the individuals and the duos that we saw yesterday. So one and done, you've got to enjoy it all, but that's part of the experience for them, is just to have that moment stepping out on the big stage. It's all about getting ready for when you start to layer in more competitions and have more chances to run your routines. So now we're getting ready for the U8 Prom Team Dazzle. What a fun crew. I love the energy. Again, Saturday morning, some in the crowd, some at the broadcast booth might be still waking up, but that was a little shot of adrenaline to get things going. What a great routine. Again, the smiles, the fun, and honestly, this team showed some really great timing, synchronicity, and those sharp motions, Holly.
They had great timing on their jumps as well, which for younger teams is kind of hard to coordinate sometimes for the coaches, but they had great timing.
And so much fun. Those smiles, I believe it all. There was some sassy hair flipping moments. Oh, there, look at that. It was so fun. Really great job from Boss Athletics, Dazzle UA Palm team. We got to see them yesterday. I did have a viewer question about the palms and about the different sizes, Holly, because of course you see all types of palms, different colors, different makes, honestly different material too, but really it's all up to the discretion of the teams and the look that you want. So sometimes you have those really small ones. I think I always use palms that are sort of mid-size, not too big, but very structured. And it does make a difference, right? It makes a difference to the look, the feel, and you've got to make it all fit. What kind of energy are you trying to bring? What kind of look do you have? And then a lot of clubs, of course, will just keep the same palms kind of across the board too, which is nice, or at least some symmetry, with the colors as well.
Yeah, no, that definitely helps when you're buying your bulk order as the coaches or the owners, and you're like, okay, I just need this many of them.
Yeah, I just need this many, and nobody take them home with you. Everyone wants to do that. Western Athletics out of Swift Current is next. It's their Legends U12 Prep Team Level 1, so we have not seen them compete yet. Western Athletics out of Swift Current. Western Athletics out of Swift Current. Holly, I immediately circled arabesques. My goodness.
Beautiful arabesques. Yeah.
Really great fundamental foundational work taking place. Look at that. That's the moment I'm talking about. And sure, there were some little things, but this is what a prep team's all about. It's just about getting your competition legs, and I saw some really great, again, those fundamentals at work. Jumps were well timed. I like this moment where they step in the back to the little tick-tock. Hey, let's connect our tumbling with our stunts. What really great awareness and understanding of the building blocks of cheerleading.
Yeah, no, there was a lot of great moments in this routine where they were actually quite strong in their stunting as well. Some of their prep level skills were really awesome, and like you said, sometimes in those arabesques in those younger levels, it's the flexed feet, but no, they had beautiful lines, pointed toes all around. I thought it was a really good routine.
The strength in the legs, that's what you're looking for in those arabesques, because so often, right, the leg just drops a little bit, and that's not to say that that's going to happen with younger cheerleaders. We're talking about more inexperience, right? And that can happen at any level because people join the sport maybe later on. I know I joined when I was already, I think, about 12, 13. So you have to relearn all of those things. But it was really great. Love to see it. And I also said, you know, the jumps were really great, well timed. So up next, we're going to get ready for some more collegiate cheer. Tommy Douglas, collegiate senior hip hop. No, not cheer. See, I'm getting myself all confused. Day 2. I was on a roll day 1. Day 2, here we go. Tommy Douglas Collegiate, their senior hip-hop team, will be getting ready to take the stage. Then Channel Performance out of Saskatoon, U8 Palm, and then Prairie Fire Cheerleading Spitfires. Another U12 prep team will get their chance on the big stage. Tommy Douglas Collegiate Senior Hip Hop, how could we forget you? The phenomenal, brightly colored pants. But not only that, this routine, I remember moments already, can't wait to relive them now with their second chance to compete. The same routine we got to see yesterday.
There's more and more of these athletes coming out on the floor.
Tommy Douglas, senior hip hop. Holly, my goal today is try to find those new things that I didn't get a chance to see the first time around. And one thing I really appreciate about what Tommy Douglas does is, yes, their synchronicity, their timing. Oh, it's perfection. However, even those little details, right? The width of the leg when they're all together in a line, everything matches, and that's, of course, what you're striving for.
Yeah, no, I had totally appreciated the fact that they came out and hit this hard, because yesterday I thought they did an awesome job, but today it's like, ooh, even just a little bit better.
And teams don't get to say, oh, we think we did our best. We're not going to do the second go at it, of course. So you have to bring the same energy too. That's the other thing. You don't want necessarily your first go at it to upstage your second. You just want them both to be absolute best they can be. And it was so much fun to watch the senior hip hop team. This is a very difficult category, division, however you want to call it, to judge. So kudos to the judges who will be tackling that. There's some lift elements, some theatrics, great individual moments as well. Of course, it's about the team, but when you can take those moments to highlight someone who can do a fantastic, front flip, I am My terminology is a little bit out the window this morning, so Holly will just bear with me with that. But it was just so much fun, as always.
Yes, no, I love watching Tommy Douglas. Last year they had great teams, and then this year is no disappointment at all as well. I'm totally enjoying that program and watching it kind of build out and seeing what they bring year over year.
Very impressive, and they've put forward a lot of really great routines. So Channel Performance from Saskatoon is up next. U8 Pom. Channel Performance. I just have a big smile on my face. They're such a fun group to watch, and honestly, I really like the way that they were attacking some of their motions today. There was an up-down movement with the palms in the air, and then just a shake it down over to the side, and they really came out and attacked that.
They seemed a lot more confident today, because this routine looks even better than it did yesterday, and yesterday I couldn't not watch them without a smile on my face.
Yeah, exactly. This is not to take away from anything that was done on day one. It's just to honor the little tweaks, because that's the whole point of having that second chance to step out on the stage. And you know, sometimes it is just a little bit of those first day nerves have kind of evened out a little bit. You don't feel as scared stepping out there. And then a nice finish there. Channel Performance. Prairie Fire Cheerleading is next. They're also from Saskatoon. The Spitfires, a U12 prep team, level 1. Can you just describe what is allowed, just Cole's notes on in level 1 when it comes to stunting?
So level 1, you're only going to see kind of at-thigh level stunts. In a group, you can come kind of up to prep level as well. So you won't see a lot of those like super extended one leg above the heads of the bases in level 1. And that's where, like I said before, the creativity has to come in, because there is kind of a limited selection of stunts you can do. So you'll actually see a lot of these teams so far in level 1 I've seen doing just single partner, where it's just one girl holding one girl, which is very impressive at these young ages and at that level. So that's really awesome.
And you're developing that trust, you're developing the body awareness as well for the bases, for the flyers, everyone involved. It's really great fundamental work. Here are the Spitfires U12 prep team from Prairie Fire Cheerleading. cheerleading coming out strong with the Spitfires U12 prep team.
That was a great example of all the different levels, things that you can do at level 1, and showcased a lot of different angles that you can do. And having a team this big, I love that.
And it was so clean. I wrote it in big, bold, uppercase letters here in my notes. Clean, clean, clean. It started with those stunts, those great presses to full extension, of course, well within what you can do in level 1. Safely, I love the there were assisted arabesques, there were some TikToks happening on a single leg, all of that exciting stuff, all, again, legal within what you can do in level 1. Holly, you nailed it. It really was a great showcase of everything you can possibly do. This pyramid, I really enjoy the connection. That is a perfect example of how you connect with the arms, because it can be really tough. Sometimes you end up a little wonky lower down. Those were nice straight T's all the way across, creating that really nice visual, because that's where pyramids are tough, okay? First of all, just making sure everyone sticks their individual stunts, then connecting, that's what forms the pyramid. But then making sure, okay, is this connection? Like, we've all been there where you've had one arm kind of going like this. It was very clean, Spitfires. Thank you for that.
No, I really enjoyed that. It was great, awesome, and I love to see such like a large team at that prep level, because they don't get quite as many practices, quite as many competitions, and to have that big of a team nail that many things in a routine, and just awesome. I loved it.
And it just shows you the future is very bright as well for that club as those cheerleaders continue on and just keep growing with their skills. The Centennial Chargers out of Saskatoon, beautiful senior jazz routine to just change the pace a little bit. I was wondering if I would feel the same chills, Holly, and I certainly did. The same spots. That handhold moment for me is so powerful when they're all on a line and step forward, but it begins with these moments and just working together as a whole unit. I can feel that this team is very well connected.
Yeah, no, it definitely gave me all of the feels again today, which is what you want out of a routine. It doesn't want to just feel like a one-off. It's like the energy and just how they attack this routine just really makes you feel something, and as a spectator, that's more than you can ask for.
And it's something we talk about, the energy when it's, you know, very loud, exciting cheer, but the energy required for a routine like this is also pivotal, crucial. It's setting the tone, it's having the right just overall emotion that's coming through, and it really is coming through, not only on the broadcast, but in this building. You can feel that energy shift when you have a performance like that. That was the trying to see here. Centennial Chargers Senior Jazz.
Another great run by them. And that's the thing, is something like that with a song kind of with that emotion, it can feel disingenuous if you don't do it correctly. And both days, day one and day two, it's just you can feel that they're really in it and they're buying into it, and that's what you want as a performer.
I've been blown away by all the hip-hop teams, the jazz teams. Again, I'm not expecting anything less, but it's always so great when teams exceed any expectations you could ever have. So coming up next, a little bit of a change of pace. Warman Ultimate Cheerleading, Dior, their U8 Pom team. I love the brightly colored costumes. I needed that little bit of sunshine on a cloudy, cold day here in Warman, delivered by hometown favorites, Warman Ultimate Cheerleading, Dior. Again, fun theme. I love it. Very appropriate for the age group. They're having fun. That's what it's all about. Some really great moments of togetherness. You can see that here. I think overall, Holly, their spacing today was a lot better than what we saw yesterday, because they didn't have that moment kind of get settled after seeing it all laid out the first day.
Yes, definitely. A thing that I like about this routine as well is there's a lot of like snapshot moments where if you were to take a picture here or there and throughout the routine, there's a lot of really good, cute little photos that you could get.
And that's also what's fun for kids this age. They want to know, okay, I know what I'm working to for the very next thing, and that's how you keep the routine moving forward, keep everyone on the same page. Oh, I love that. See, those little moments too. And then again, really strong finish. We're seeing those really strong finishes. I was very impressed all throughout yesterday at those moments. And again, that's what the photographers are looking for too, that we have here. So that was Warman Ultimate Cheerleading, their U8 Pom team. Up next, another prep team. Again, this is, can you actually describe a prep team and the purpose of it?
Yeah, so it's a little bit more pre-competitive. The commitment isn't that large. The practices aren't, they're kind of limited in how often they can practice. And within the level one, there is some things that they aren't allowed to do. It just makes it easier to kind of, in a smaller time frame, teach them the basics while also getting them a routine together that they can come out and compete.
And it takes a long time to get a routine together, so it's very impressive. So this is the Gritters Cheerleading Blitz U12 prep team level 1, as Holly was saying. So we're going to see those stunts working mainly from the thigh level. There is some opportunity for prep and even slight full extension depending on how it's assisted. Loved it. Loved everything that Blitz delivered on the stage. Starts with that moment. They peel off. Holly, the heel stretch, I think it's coming up soon here. Yep, right there.
The
Wow.
flexibility, just phenomenal.
And what a great way to just place that in the routine where you draw attention to it, but then you keep moving on and you also allow everyone else to take in all the really good stunting. I saw some really solid basing happening, which is great. That's what you want to see. And the jumps too, well-timed, great height.
I love that little ripple there right into this little TikTok section. They were very creative, and the thing that I love and have come to love about Gritters is just their high energy throughout.
I love this too. They were able to transition one pyramid into another, keeping the flyer just on the shoulders. Again, really smart choreography, smart transitioning. We always love to give credit where it's due. Gritters cheerleading, Blitz, U12 prep team level 1. Again, those prep teams, we will only get to see them compete that routine once throughout the weekend, unlike some of the other routines where they do get a chance to do it again, including up next, Aiden Bowman Collegiate, their senior jazz team. Again, Holly and I enjoying another look at those dance pom routines that we got to see yesterday. We're going to see some of the cheer teams later on who will get to compete again tomorrow. So it's a nice mix, right? Of you're not completely seeing a repeat of day one. It's all sprinkled in there. So Aiden Bowman Collegiate, this is their senior jazz team. I love you, Rick! I am just dancing along over here. Love it. It's just such a fun routine from start to finish, but technical. Every step they take is with intention. I love even that moment how they throw their arm and you can feel it from way back of the building here.
I had so much fun watching them yesterday, and today, just again, I just love their technical aspect. The fact that they're all at the same level, so you can get those beautiful lines in their jumps and their kicks. Just another fun routine from them.
And you know what? The sense I get, Holly, is that this is a routine that they love to perform. I've had those routines where you're like, yes, I want to be at practice because I want to work this routine. I love it so much. That is the feeling I get watching them perform this. And that moment, right from the floor up into the beautiful height. Oh. And this is why Holly and I are not judges. We're just here to look at all the great routines and enjoy the competition and give credit where it's due. again, the bar is so high here at Warman. And a reminder as well, today, yes, it's a very full day, and we're going to keep moving through a variety of routines, including some folks we're hoping to get a bid to Worlds. We will note that as we approach those routines. That will be a little later. We're working through this session here in the morning. There will be an awards moment, an awards session after this first grouping where Holly and I will take a quick little break, and then we'll be back with another one. So today is broken up nicely just to make sure everyone gets some well-needed breaks, including the judges who are so busy. Just to our right, they're on a raised platform, much like the stage. They have a really great vantage point, and honestly, as a spectator, I can imagine it's quite a wonderful scene to see everybody raised nice and high.
That's the thing is, from where you're sitting in the spectator area, you can see everything. That's like when something's kind of lower on the floor, it doesn't have that raised stage. When you're kind of, oh no, the only spot's open for me to sit and watch her at the back, you can still see everything because it is raised up, and it's just a great experience even if you come 6, 7 teams before your athletes are performing.
And it really allows the teams as well to hit those poses and hit those moments in their routine that it's all about the forward-facing complete look. I love this routine. Saw it yesterday. Bravo Dance Company, Midnight, U8 Palm. Midnight being the key word. Their play into the sleep theme. You have a look. Bravo Dance Company doing something really remarkable, making a themed routine around sleep, but it's far from sleepy. It gets you up and moving, which is exactly what we need here. Day 2, Saturday morning at Warman. We're going to have another look. That smile says it all. Love the theme. And honestly, it did feel like a bit of a stronger routine today, Holly.
It did, definitely. There was a lot of things that happened today that they definitely cleaned up from yesterday. And they nailed a lot, and I'm hoping we'll see this in the replay, some of those palm tosses where you either are throwing to a partner or throwing and catching to yourself. They really nailed that today, and that was awesome.
Yeah, a lot cleaner. And of course, those palm tosses allow them, here we go, have another look at that, allowed them to make some switches. I don't know if folks at home noticed, but you know, they started with each of one color, and then all of a sudden they're, you know, switching back and forth and changing the visual look to it. I love that moment too. Again, does take skill to make sure that you're nailing those parts of it and also remembering your dance moves, your formations. Just so much fun.
And I love right back to the start, back to bed.
Coaches are happy. You can see them jumping up and down in front of the stage too. It's wonderful. You know, something else, Holly, that we didn't really get to talk about yesterday, but Warman Cheer Classic doesn't only bring together, of course, the teams and the fans, broadcasters, judges, also some really great vendors. And I keep catching my eye over on this side. There's some wonderful, just like merchandise is great. I think you're rocking some. I love that. It's just such a great community, and it's always great to have those vendors here too. All right, from Alberta, Explosion Cheer Academy Ignition U12 Prep Team Level 1. Got a name like Ignition, we want to get started here on Saturday. Explosion Cheer Academy. Blown away right now. These prep teams have just come out so strong, Holly, and that was another fantastic performance right from the start. You can see everything lined up beautifully. The formations clean, clean, clean. Look at those walkovers.
And that timing, which is so difficult to do on some of those level 1 skills.
There are so many great stunting moments. This V-sit, and then they pop one leg into a heel stretch at one point. I love the creativity.
Yeah, they had great flexibility in their lines as well. Some of those heel stretches were just, you see that on the elite level teams.
Really great use of tumbling. You can tell this team is very strong foundationally, and I love to see it. Again, here for all of the pyramids where those flyers are selling it all the way through. Nice moment here to finish. Very strong poses to cap it all off. Great work from Explosion Cheer Academy. They're out of Lloydminster, Alberta. And up next, Tommy Douglas Collegiate Junior Pom. So we'll revisit that, but you can take a look backstage, so to speak. Not quite backstage, more like side stage in a different room altogether, because Warman Cheer Classic is such a big production here. They're having another look back at their incredible routine. And Tommy Douglas now ready to take the big stage here inside the Warman Home Center Communiplex. Retro vibes. I remember this one. A little 60s flair. There's a lot of time travel involved in some of these routines, and we've really enjoyed all the blasts from the past. All very well themed, and this is another great example of that. Tommy Douglas Collegiate, their junior pom, brought as much joy as the first time, but certainly a cleaner, more polished look today. Noticed some more of the pom transitions, the color changes, very intentional, wonderful formation changes as well. That was just a fun moment too, Holly.
There was a lot of fun moments in there. There was a lot of moments where you couldn't help but smile because it was just so fun to watch.
And their heart shape, which I believe is coming up right now. Yes, a lot stronger than what we saw the first go around yesterday. Again, we could tell it was a heart yesterday, but when you have moments like that in your routine, you have to execute. And it might seem like the smaller detail, but a very crucial one at that.
One of the things that I love about teams that have different colored poms is I can only imagine coordinating the athletes, let alone trying to coordinate making sure that everyone, and different moments, it's like, okay, this section, orange will be on this side, blue will be on this side, and just trying to be creative outside the box with stuff like that, where it's like, let's make a different kind of moment.
And there's a look at that merch booth I was telling you about. It's so hard when I come to competitions to not just want to buy anything that glitters, which is everything. They have glittery backpacks, glittery hoodies, bunny hugs if you're in Saskatchewan. I'm also eyeing the cheerleading shoes. Yes, there are shoes if you want to go that way, and they can help sometimes with grip, things like that. I don't know if I ever had cheer shoes. I think I always wanted it. It was always on my Christmas list. But you know what? It's fun, and it's wonderful that those vendors are here at the Warman Cheer Classic. Up next, Prince Albert Dance Company, You Ate Palm. That routine does make me want to celebrate. Every time, I can't help but get into the groove. Again, the fun, you could feel it way back of the building here. It starts with that moment, everyone else popcorns up, and some really great motion, and everyone's just having a good time.
Yeah, no, it's so fun to watch them. They were fun yesterday, and then today, just bringing that little bit extra.
Prince Albert Dance Company, they have a number of groups competing. We saw them yesterday, and of course today we'll see some of their second chances. You don't want to say second routines because it is the same routine that's being competed again, and that's why you can see those improvements from yesterday. Overall, Holly, it's very noticeable that everyone's got a much better feel for the floor itself. Not only the spring, but just where to set up, because it's such a wild experience sometimes stepping out and you think that you're center or you think that you're on the correct side, and all of a sudden you're just not where you're supposed to be because you're not used to it.
And a lot of the dance teams, they'll like practice in a dance studio. So they come here and you have the lines on the floor, which is stereotypical of a cheerleading routine. And then the stage is raised. I think a lot of these athletes might be a little spooked by that, but you cannot see it on their faces, which is exactly what you want as a coach. It's just for them to go out there and have a really good time.
Yeah, they know what they're doing, and it's been such a treat to see them compete here. Boss Athletics out of Regina, Cover Girls, U12 Prep Level 1, so we have not seen this team compete yet. Boss Athletics doing Boss Athletics things. They're a U12 prep team. My goodness, again, I don't know why I'm acting surprised. These prep teams have come prepared as they do, but they make level 1 not only look fun, but they really add in that finesse and that polish. Everything was so crisp and clean, Holly.
Yes, they had a lot of moments here where level 1 tumbling can be very difficult to kind of like get everybody on time, especially when heights and things kind of come into play. And attaching multiple level 1 skills together can be really tricky, but they had a lot of really, really good kind of connected skills in that.
Look at this moment. Really great understanding and control. That's what you love to see at this prep level. They are so ready to keep building as a team and working on this, but what a fantastic routine from Boss Athletics. We talked about the control. I mean, I can't get over, just the control of being on the one leg and not sitting back, because you can always sometimes tell when, are you really, really counting on that person behind you, which you have to in level 1, you have to have that support. But it's nice to see that a lot of those athletes are ready to stand alone, ready to do it on their own and kind of level up. So
yes, and that's the thing too, is a lot of people will say level 1. Oh, well, that's kind of just like where you start. That's the base level. Some of those skills are very tricky. Like doing prep level libs when you have to hold someone here, I would argue is almost more difficult than holding them at that extended level, and they made it look so easy.
Yeah, I always love when you get to finally move up to extension and you go, wait a minute, this actually kind of feels a little bit easier than what we were doing before. You can also enter into full extension sense a little bit differently, right? Everything is building blocks, and so when you go from that thigh level to your shoulder and all of that, it is actually quite difficult, and then you just build that strength. So up next, Centennial Chargers out of Saskatoon, junior pom team. I remember this routine, the superheroes. Power pose to finish. A superb superhero routine from Centennial Chargers is what I wanted to say there. Getting all tongue twisted here. Honestly, what a wonderful routine. Again, saw them yesterday, but feels even stronger this morning, day 2. One note, Holly, I made was that they have this great moment where they go in a circle. We should see it coming up shortly. And their spacing was just perfect. We're seeing it there once again. That is incredibly tough. It's harder than you think because you're adding in the motion of actually being in a circular motion and movement. You got to maintain that spacing all the way through. Very beautiful visual.
Yeah, those are the tricky parts to get because when you're off, you're off. So you can tell that they have practiced that quite a bit to make sure that their spacing is good.
And the turns, the fouettes, wonderful work. Again, having moments where you highlight an individual who's really strong in those skills, that's wonderful, especially when you can make it still feel like a team moment. And I love the finish here. Dramatic drop with the palms in the air and all of that. It's so wonderful. It's been a treat so far. Saturday morning. You know, eventually we're going to cross into Saturday afternoon, and I'm still not really going to know what time it is because it is complete darkness in this building, but it's a lot of fun. And we are moving right along. Gritters cheerleading out of Yorkton. Touchdown. Their U16 Pom team. I remember, again, I remember enjoying this routine. I enjoyed all the routines yesterday. I remember this one as well. I remember why that routine was so memorable, Holly. It's because you have 6 great athletes on the stage, and they made it feel like a big routine. I loved it.
Yeah, their use of formations, their use of the floor really made this feel like a giant team almost when it was just the 6 of them, and they did a really great job of utilizing the floor, but also not making it look, you know, they made it look intentional, which is the idea.
Very much so. There's that moment that stood out yesterday too, and one thing I didn't even notice was the very quick handoff of palms a little later on, just before a tumbling sequence, and then they sort of moved in formation behind the line and quickly grabbed their palms back. All of that, it's those details I just love and appreciate. I gotta say, everyone is bringing the facials, the expression, the energy. I don't see any nervous faces so far today. It's been all smiles, and it's not only smiles, it's that whole attitude. And there's the big finish at the end. Critters cheerleading their U16 pom team. Now, quick little look ahead. We're in the final five, final five routines before the first awards session, okay, of Saturday. There will be quite a few throughout the day just to at least allow traffic flow. It makes a lot of sense. Don't want to keep everyone here all the way to the end of the day. The day is going to end about 9:30 p.m. tonight. So Prairie Fire cheerleading is up next. Burn, their U8 prep team, which means we have not seen them compete yet, level 1. This will be followed by Aiden Bowman Collegiate's junior jazz team. Prairie Fire, Burn, U8 prep, level 1, some fantastic moments. There were even some double jumps in there, Holly. That is difficult when you're able to prep one jump and then immediately have to go into another. I love the challenges that were built into that routine.
Yeah, no, there was a lot of good things in there, and the thing that we've come to expect from the young prep level teams from Prairie Fire all the way up to their Elite Worlds teams is that they're so clean. There's not a lot of movement that doesn't need to be there unnecessarily, and they're very sharp in what they do, and it really pays off. And things like this, they're tumbling, where it's completely on time. I just love watching them.
Again, it's all about the fundamentals. We saw wonderful things. Pyramid connections are so nice. So confident. You can see that in their flyers and their bases. Their bases feel very confident in extending to full. You don't want to have any wavering thoughts on popping those arms up nice and high. And again, statement finish just to cap it off. Oh, love the smiles. That's what we're here for.
They have great performance from Prairie Fire. Like I said, young teams all the way up to their world's teams. They have a phenomenal ability just to put on those faces, and it's just so fun to watch their routines.
Now, if you're a cheerleader who struggles with sort of the expressive part of performing, really one of the best pieces of advice I could ever give, it's what I was given, is just you've got to practice it. I know it can sometimes feel funny because you're just in your home gym. Some coaches are fantastic for requiring and drilling, basically drilling facials in a way, but that's not always the case, or sometimes you're not feeling up for it. But just remember, it pays off when it comes competition time, because what is habit is what's going to show up on the floor. It's super fantastic. We've been seeing some really great performance quality out of these routines. So Aiden Bowman Collegiate is next. Their junior jazz team. Aiden Bowman Collegiate Junior Jazz. I love the style of the routine, from the look to all of the details. Again, all intentional, which is what you're looking for.
I loved the sass throughout. Like a routine like this, you do have to kind of have that attitude, that sass. I saw in that moment there. I loved it.
And that's what we talk about when you talk about performance quality, right? It's not only having a smile, because sometimes that's not what the routine is calling for. And in this instance, it is a lot of attitude, sass, class, fun as well. The winks, a well-timed wink goes a long way in a performance.
And you have to make that big. You have to sell that all the way to the judges' table at the back there. And I think from where we're sitting, which is next to the judges, I could see a lot of that from back here. So that's how you know that's kind of been drilled into them from their coaches from the very start.
Another great routine from Aiden Bowman Collegiate High School in Saskatoon. Again, that program, it delivers such great quality performances, routines, and competitive. Remember, all of these folks are competing. That's what we're here for at the Warman Cheer Classic. Again, the 16th annual, biggest ever. I can't stress that enough. More than 2,500 athletes from across 5 provinces. We're going to get to some more from Manitoba, Ontario, BC, throughout the day, Alberta as well. But up first, channel performance from Saskatoon U16 Palm. Channel performance, U16 Palm.
Another great run from them.
I'm here to cheer on all the cheerleaders, and you can see that there's a little bit more confidence today from this quartet. I mean, I don't want to always draw attention to the size of a group, but it is impressive when you can see what can be delivered from 4 great performers, great athletes. You've got to dial up those facials, you've got to dial up all of what you do so that it really comes across as big, and that's what was delivered today. I love it. It's all those moments, Holly, where, okay, we're going to open up, and I'm going to open up really big and really stretch my arms and make it very over the top and large, and that's what you love to see.
Yeah, they had a lot of those like long arm motions, which with palms can look kind of sloppy if you're not sharp enough. But I think they did a really great job of making sure that they were tight on feet and hitting when they were supposed to, and it just looked so clean.
Hopefully Channel Performance also enjoys their routine. They're getting a look back in the practice area, and that little green bucket is full of sugar. So there they are, kind of taking it all in.
You almost think they should give them to that before.
Yes.
Here's your pixie stick before you go out on the floor.
What do you think is fueling Holly and I this early in the morning? Lots of sugar. All right, just 2 more routines remain before the very first awards session. Up next, out of Yorkton, Gritters cheerleading scrimmage, U8 prep level 1. So we have not seen this group from Gritters compete yet. Another strong prep routine. This one from Gritters cheerleading out of Yorkton, their U8 team scrimmage. Some really great ways of weaving in the stunts. I love this. The arabesques were very controlled.
Great jumps.
Again, the timing, the height, really impressive.
I loved this little section here. The backwards roll into a forward roll, right into a stunt. And they had some really great variety of pyramids. So right here. And then they go right into libs and a little touch.
Yeah, and then they even had a moment where they did a quick little tick-tock. I enjoy that they understand that there's great strength and control in those arabesques, so why not include them again in the routine, just in a different way? It's fun. That was a really fun routine as well. You know, Holly, something we didn't really get to talk about too much yesterday, but where you place stunts in a routine is also something judges take note of, because of course if you put all your difficult things right at the beginning, you have more energy, you have more whatever, strength, all of that kind of stuff. But if you start to trickle them in a little later in the routine, that's also very impressive, and that can honestly up the difficulty as well.
That's definitely it. That, as far as like being able to perform that whole 2.5-minute routine, or sometimes 2 minutes in some of the teams that we'll see a little bit later, being able to throw pyramids at the end, stunts at the end, you're tired. Like, you have to give credit where credit is due. Throwing all that stuff at the end is very difficult.
So that's something to consider too when we talk about the choreography of a routine and the importance of placement of dance, cheer sections, all of that. But here we go, Prince Albert Dance Company, their U16 pom team. Prince Albert Dance Company, U16 Palm. I love the music selection for that routine. It is different, it brings a different kind of energy, and I really feel like these athletes really rose to that occasion to have a little bit of a different touch, different quality to Palm.
Yeah, no, overall, just a really fun routine. Like, the energy throughout was completely the same, which is what you want to see. You don't want to kind of see them peter out towards the end, and they kept it high throughout the entire routine.
Some fantastic jumps. I mean, there we see some great turns as well, but jumps, fantastic height and control again. I love a good ripple moment. And the can-can sections come out as well. Saw a few of those yesterday, which we will see again today. Again, one of those moments, it's a classic dance element, but it's really difficult to make sure everyone is at the same height, doing it all together, and a wonderful finish too. So with that, we are now through the very first session of today. We still have quite a few more to go, but up next is the awards session. Holly and I will take a quick break, stretch our legs just like the judges are as well. Everyone knows that this is a wonderful day full of cheerleading, but it is a very full day. We're talking about 12 to 13 hours is what we're here for. We're glad you're joining us right now. So we're going to take a quick break and be back with more. After the break, we'll start off with Marion Graham Collegiate, their senior pom, and then Gritters Cheerleading End Zone, their U12 pom team. Thank you so much for joining us. We will be live streaming throughout today. We'll be right back. Holly Warniak, Daniela Ponticelli. We'll be right back with more from the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic.
The views, information, and opinions expressed during the following program are solely those of the individuals involved and do not necessarily represent the views of Access Communications, its representatives, or its employees.
Back for some more great cheer, dance, everything in between. All high energy, great performances here at the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic, coming to you live from the Warman Home Center Communiplex in Warman, Saskatchewan. We are getting ready now for session 3, day 2. So session 1 was yesterday, session 2 was this morning. Those awards have now wrapped up, and we are getting set for session 3. And it's packed once again. This day, Holly, is broken down so nicely. We'll tell you when there will be some awards breaks. That's when we'll take a break too, and then we'll come back for so much more. We're going all the way through to nearly 10 o'clock tonight Central Time. So wherever you're tuning in from, thanks for joining us. We are streaming live on Access Now Sports YouTube page, YouTube channel, so check it out. It's absolutely wonderful, and everyone has been fantastic. The crew is fabulous. They're working hard behind the scenes. We're all fueled up here on coffee, water, whatever we need. Hopefully you're doing the same at home. I'm Daniela Ponticelli alongside Holly Warniak. Holly, thoughts so far on the day and just the way things have been spread out at pace so far?
It's been really great so far. Staying on time is a big thing, so it's been really good as far as that, but just the difference in levels, the difference in dance to cheer, it's just giving you a little taste of everything. It's been really awesome.
Love the diversity, love the variety, and we're going to get going right away. Marion Graham Collegiate Senior Pom, little trip back in time, some disco flavor. And we saw just before this, the crowd here in Warman. Just like we got from day one, the crowd loved it, of course. Again, crowd here in Warman, just getting bigger and bigger. And we can feel that energy right off the jump. With a jump, by the way, those toe touches, just fantastic.
You almost have to watch with the bell-bottom pants. It kind of makes you be sharp with, like, when you have the palms, you have to be extra crisp. With pants like that, you have to be extra sharp in your kicks and your jumps. And I think they were just so crisp and clean.
And I love that because the ripples, we could feel and see every single ripple in this routine, and there were quite a few, some tucked away in some spots. so much movement and energy. When you're going to have a routine like this, you have to sell it, and they did a great job. And this moment, I loved it yesterday, loved it even more today.
In the under 12 division,
We're already moving on to the next routine from Gritters Cheerleading in Yorkton End Zone, their U12 pom team. We've come to expect great performance quality from Gritters Cheerleading, and End Zone did just that. Their U12 pom team, leaving it all on the floor. We'll have another look here in just a moment. So we get set up for some of the replay of the highlights. That's what I love. Again, it does come down to having fun, showing you're having fun. I love that you could see that, Holly, from the very person in the very front all the way through the back.
And even in those moments where maybe they were in a line and you couldn't see them from the front, you could see it in the replay here that all the way down that line, they're all just big smiles and having so much fun.
I love that moment, well timed. Again, finding moments to peel out from center allows you to use the space, create a memorable visual, which we've been seeing from these teams all day long.
Piper Sports Photography is proud to cover
Gritters Cheerleading. All right, so up next, Explosion Cheer Academy from Lloydminster. They'll be getting set up. This is Combustion. They were U8 prep team, so we're seeing a little bit younger prep teams, of course, getting ready for competition. You're so impressed by everyone's routines that they're bringing here to Warman Cheer Classic. You know what it's like to prepare for this level of competition, and sort of the pressure that's on you, a little bit, some nerves.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of nerves, a little bit of pressure, but at the end of the day, as long as you go out and you just aim to do your absolute best as a coach and as an athlete, that's really all you can ask of yourself and your athletes.
The cheer community is one of great friendship and cheering. They're cheering everyone on, including Combustion U8 Prep. Explosion Cheer Academy Combustion. U8, under 8 prep team. Wow, 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 Holly.
Yeah, no, that was a great performance from them. It's so good to see in these younger levels those really good foundation skills, and their technique and their stunting was just awesome.
Look at that. I mean, again, sure, basic level in terms of height and some assistance, but they're executing it very well. Those cartwheels, all in a line, nicely done. I love this moment into a handstand, V-sit. You're thinking creatively on transitions already. It's not just a step. And then look at those facials. By the way, kudos to the bases in this group. I noticed all of your facials too, because that's the thing. It's not just the person on top who's selling the routine. It's everyone. And this team, young as they are, they totally get it. And that was just a joy to watch.
Yeah, just full of confidence. All of them. None of them looked worried or scared or anything like that, and they were able to give us just an awesome performance.
And you can always tell the coaches are happy too, because they're the ones bouncing up and down at the very front of the stage at the end of the routine. That was fantastic. Love to see it. So the prep teams we will only get to see once. A reminder if you're just tuning in now, and that was a prep team. Some of the dance teams, pom teams, they are going to be done after today because they had their first time running their routines, completing their routines yesterday. And so we will tell you when that happens, including right now, the Centennial Chargers out of Saskatoon. Their senior pom team, of course, got to showcase their routine yesterday. We'll see it again now. Holly, wow. Again, I'm just going to default to that. We had a chance to see this yesterday, and it still leaves such an impression. My goodness. They came out so strong today.
Yeah, Centennial's always had a really great dance program.
Wow, and you can see that in full display. I'm just so impressed with the overall level, the technique from every single performer, athlete on that stage.
Yeah, you could look at anyone at any given time in that routine and they had amazing facials and just really selling this super high energy routine.
Those split jumps, oh, so nice, so high, all even level, beautiful. I really enjoyed the visual elements at the tricks, if you will. That'll be the word I'll use with the palms. You see it in full display here with the colors, switching it up, those little details that just add that wow factor. Centennial Chargers. And the senior palm category is loaded. Like, there's so much talent stacked in that category, so it's anyone's game. Again, Holly and I, not judges, we just get to enjoy the performances, talk a little bit about the routines and what they deliver, and again, I think they have everything to be proud of. Watching that back, the Centennial Chargers, they just, it's the formations, it's the clean routine for me, always.
Always.
Now we're moving on already to Airborne Athletics out of Weyburn, Saskatchewan, the Hummingbirds U12 Palm. Really fun routine from Airborne Athletics out of Weyburn, their Hummingbirds team, U12 Palm. Another look at the great moments from their routine.
I love with the height differences on their team and the huge use of the floor for only 4 girls on this squad. Those littles, they definitely kept up.
They certainly did, and it is true, like you have variety of heights, you can play with that, you can create some visual interests like this great ripple. Again, we see ripples in a lot of routines. It's all about how you sell it and how you make it memorable for your routine. And of course, it's just fun to see everyone having fun and enjoying themselves.
Nice little finish moment there.
I like that each one had their own pose too, so you can add a little bit of individual flair there. So now Airborne Athletics will have a chance to, of course, take another look at their routine. That is the last time they are competing that routine here at Warman Cheer Classic. And up next, we're going to see Boss Athletics Divas, their U8 prep team. So we have not seen them compete yet. And after Boss Athletics, Walter Murray Collegiate, their senior pom team, will be back again. This is so fun. We're only just kind of cracking into the middle part of the day. Still a lot more to come. Again, we're going to see some new routines we did not get a chance to see yesterday. I love revisiting, though, the routines on the second day, because then you can appreciate all those moments you didn't get a chance to really enjoy the day before. All right, we're going to head right into it. Boss Athletics out of Regina. It's their divas. And a large team at that.
Yeah, Boss has always had a really good sizes to their teams, and it's so awesome to see them be able to get that many athletes out all the time.
Boss Athletics out of Regina, Saskatchewan, their Divas U8 Prep Team Level 1. Again, what a testament to the consistency from every single one of these groups out of Boss Athletics. You can see it. Everything is drilled to perfection, timed well, clean, energetic, got the smiles going. I love this backbend section here.
Yeah, and another thing that I love seeing from Boss is all of their teams are so much fun to watch because they just really, really work on that performance factor. So it doesn't matter if you're watching their little itty bitties all the way up to their world's team, defending world champs, and sorry, that's Rebels, like their world's teams that they have that we'll get to see a little bit later. It's just so consistent in the fact that they give that 110% all the way through their entire routine, and I love watching Boss because of that.
Yes, you can tell that there's intention. It's the way that it's coached. And again, I've never stepped into their gym, but I can see just from what they're delivering here at Warman Cheer Classic, you can tell what kind of discipline goes into those practices. So if you're on a team and you go, gosh, I just don't like this part of practice, or I don't like this, know that it's all paying off, because this is what it's all about when you come to competition. And folks like Holly and I just get to enjoy your routine and say, wow, amazing. Nice and clean. What a wonderful, again, under 8. The level that we're seeing, the future of cheerleading is so bright right here in Saskatchewan. It's absolutely incredible. Up next, Walter Murray Collegiate, their senior pom team out of Saskatoon, get a chance to do their second performance of this routine. Walter Murray Collegiate. That was so much fun. I enjoyed watching that routine yesterday, even more so, honestly, even more so today. There's just that enhanced energy, that confidence. Stepping out and competing here day 2.
I have to say, they have really great jumps throughout the entire routine. Like, you see a lot of that lift in their jumps instead of kind of like, just trying to hit it. But all of their, like, dancers, just amazing jumps, amazing lines.
Amazing lines, that extension through the feet, all of it, so good. There's those turns, great bounce, perfect execution on these formations. And stepping out into a diagonal formation like that, it, again, always looks simple if you're doing it right, but to make sure you're in the right spot at the right time and creating that visual for the judges. They can see all of you. It looks so impressive as you spread out across the floor. There's those jumps again. The uniform height for me will never get old. I always love to see it, and then the nice little circular ripple at the end just to close it all off. And these are all elements you've heard Holly and I talk about. Jumps, turns, ripples, formations, spacing, all of that timing. That's all what the judges are looking for. We are not judges. We're having a blast. That's kind of the nice part. We get to look for all the things we love instead of, you know, where there might be deductions.
Yeah, no, we get to have the fun part of being able to sit through the entire competition instead of the hard job of, you know, being the nitty-gritty and looking deductions, looking formations, looking at difficulty. We just get to have a good time with it.
Just get to have a great time. We'll talk about deductions coming up as some of the more elite teams take the floor a little later, because those deductions can make all the difference, of course, between possibly getting a bid to World, getting a partial paid bid, all of that. Prince Albert Dance Company, though, is next. Their U12 pom team. Fun finish there from Prince Albert Dance Company, U12 Pom. Again, coming in strong, starting with some really great motions. Their arm lines nice and clean, and so much fun. Look at those kicks, Holly. They give them some height.
I love in their routine that, like, we've said it before with some of the more serious kind of jazz routines we've seen, that you can't let your song outperform you. And their song, like their entire routine was so much fun, and they were right there with it the whole time.
And they did have some great, powerful music. I love that moment where the one athlete just almost lets out a bit of a scream, and so that's what you're here for, right? You're here for that intensity. They believe their routine too. That's something that's important. So Holly and I sort of touched on it a little bit, but deductions. I mean, this is such a big question. What can you be deducted points for? Let's use a cheer routine, for example.
So cheer routine, you can get deductions for your timing, for athlete falls or athlete bobbles, building. So when you're building into that pyramid, if that kind of comes down in one structure or the whole thing, you're looking at something very small all the way up to kind of like a major building fall where you get a bit more of a deduction. In this day and age, it's quarters of points now. Like, it's just so tight. So that's why the idea of hitting 0 is so important, because if you don't hit a clean routine and everyone else does, well, you might be a little bit further down the pack no matter what your difficulty is.
That's the thing, right? It's nice to be judged on what you can deliver and offer versus putting something great out there and just one little thing, two little things. I remember I have horror stories from my competition days where one person stepped out with, a wristband, like a hair elastic on her wrist, and we were deducted points, right? Because it takes away from the uniform look. Things have changed over time. That was back in the day, but that's why when we talk about details, it all counts, every little thing. But we're also here to have fun, and Rebels Cheerleading Athletics are going to do just that. This is their Baby Bullets U8 Prep 1. So we have not seen them take the stage yet. This will be their first and only chance to knock this routine out of the park. And we see some coaching assistants out on the mat as well. Again, this level is about getting kids competition ready, gaining that confidence of being on the big stage. Rebels Cheerleading Baby Bullets U8 Prep Team Level 1. I mean, I'm going to jump right to it, Holly. I love their pyramids. I thought it was really great the way they connected, and they really made some fantastic standout visuals as well.
They definitely did, and for a group this small, we'll see it in the pyramid here, they had hands. So what that is the base, you'll see her hands just at her shoulders, and her flyer standing on her hands. Sometimes you do not see that until kind of older groups or kind of higher levels. So it was really nice to see them use that kind of different, because you won't see it in a lot of these under 8 kind of teams in level 1. So just that little bit of a tweak to give you something different.
And again, the confidence of the bases. Yes, the flyers delivering, giving that smile, great crowd appeal, but also the bases. We see you, we appreciate it. And then a really strong finish here. I love that. Pulls it all together. Again, leaving the judges with that lasting impression, which is what you're looking for. Moving on to the next one already. Aiden Bowman, collegiate this time. The Bears, their senior pom team. Again, Aiden Bowman delivering really great routines throughout the weekend so far, but also large groupings of dancers as well. Aiden Bowman, collegiate senior pom. Again, can't stop smiling. That routine, it brings joy, it brings fierce, it brings all of the technique, Holly.
Yeah, no, another great performance from Aiden Bowman. Another school that has kind of built out their dance program in the last few years, and I just love to see it.
There were so many great moments. We highlighted it yesterday, but today I even had a moment where I didn't even notice that there had been this very subtle pom transition where they, you know, flipped one to the other and were able to get all the same color. There it is. So suddenly you've now got gold in front, green in the back. It's so subtle, but those are the details that make such a difference. And the judges notice, that's for sure.
Those are the ones that they'll be looking for to make sure everybody catches them. As far as dance goes, those would be deductions if they drop, but they absolutely nailed it.
And again, just what a fun routine from start to finish. Sharp when you need to be sharp, and just great pacing with the music, of course. Oh, I guess they're now reliving the magic that they just got to perform, got to compete. We are moving right along here in Warman, and it's a decent crowd right now inside the Warman Home Center Communiplex, formerly the Warman Legends Center, same place that the Warman Classic has been held the last few years. Explosion Cheer Academy is next, though. They're out of Lloydminster, the Bombshells U12 Pom. I remember this routine being nice and clean yesterday. We'll see how they ramp it up day 2. What a strong routine from Explosion Cheer Academy out of Lloydminster, their Bombshells U12 Pom team, Holly.
Yes, they had a really good routine and run yesterday, but today there's a couple things I've noticed because they had a really few good moments in their routine where you really remember them after the fact, and those were nailed even harder today, and that's awesome. That's what you want to see between day 1 and day 2.
Yeah, you could tell that they were able to take their review post-performance yesterday, post-competition yesterday, and just grow. It's the attack for me on all of these moments. And the facials could just deliver it. This, I love that. Dropping down. You can feel it all the way in the back of the building.
These right here. Just excellent partner work on a team that is quite young still, too. Takes a lot of control, and those ones were really well done today.
And those are the snapshot moments that Holly talked about. You talked about it yesterday, talked about it today. Those moments that judges will remember too. Oh, I like what you put together there, and really highlighting it. I mean, the whole routine, that is the science, the mad science of putting together a great routine, right? Is, okay, I want this moment to stand up, but the whole piece needs to leave you feeling something, and of course, bring you to that elite higher level so you can get first place and win, right? That's what we're here for a little bit. Fun as well, lots of fun. All right, up next, Warman Ultimate Cheerleading, your hometown favorites here in Warman, Saskatchewan. Amethyst U8 Prep Team Level 1, so we have not seen this group compete yet. Again, all prep teams will get one chance to showcase their routine here at the Warman Cheer Classic. Warman Ultimate Cheerleading, their U8 Prep Level 1 team. Again, I just love to see the smiles leaving just as we got to see them enjoying the routine throughout. These V-sits, very solid. Ah, look at the smiles.
With the shortened kind of condensed version of prep being a thing, it is really fun to see them having so much fun because it is kind of a little bit less of a commitment. You don't have to commit to as many practices and competitions and traveling and all that stuff. So it's just, it is the idea is to have a lot of fun, and all of these girls just had big smiles on their faces this whole time.
And that's not taking away from the collective. The timing was great, especially on a lot of those little tumbling passes. Really enjoyed their pyramid, which we just had a snapshot of, where the center point of the pyramid was on the ground. Again, what a creative use. You have that person there, make them part of that moment, make it all count, and suddenly your smaller team looks like it's a massive, massive squad. And I mean, that's a decent-sized group, a mid-sized group, I would say, but it was really, really fun to see the enjoyment there. So up next, the next three to take the stage. Miller Dance, Senior Pom. That will be followed by Rebels Cheerleading Athletics out of Regina, the Rush, U12 Pom. And then Western Athletics out of Swift Current. Their Prodigies U8 Prep Level 1 team will also hit the big stage here at the 16th Annual Warman Cheer Classic. Again, day 2, this is session 3, and we are getting started, or getting back to it right away, I should say. Miller Dance taking the stage now. Miller Dance, Senior Pom. Was a rocking routine day 1, delivered again day 2. It's just a fun routine. Again, music we also haven't really been treated to in some of the other routines, so something a little bit different stands out. Great use of level changes there to add that dynamic. This part, it's all about when you come together as a group, keeping those arms strong, those motions tight.
There's a lot of great moments in this routine where, again, you could take that little snapshot and it's just a great little photo piece of that routine.
Hey, they sold me on a tuck jump. Again, tuck jumps, fundamentals of cheer, but you can have a tuck jump go wrong too, and it'll look odd, and they just nailed that. It was wonderful. This moment too, very impressive. Talked about the difficulty involved in executing letters in palms and making sure that you're exactly the same place. They added another degree of difficulty where each color, right, alternates. So, and that was something I didn't even really notice yesterday. So
yeah, where if you're off, and it'll be very obvious.
Yeah, there's
crushed it.
No filling in for your partner if they're missing a little bit of a spot in the O or anything like that. So of course Miller Dance getting a chance now to look back, sliding into the splits. It's all of those moments. I always love when they can slow it down. Impressive too that they were speeding up some of these classic rock songs, adding that degree of difficulty when you suddenly make your dance, you know, not an easy 1, 2, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, really
tempo
fast.
changes throughout as well, not just one tempo the whole way, being able to keep up and not kind of get left behind.
Yes. And that's something we haven't even talked about. For folks at home who are wondering, sometimes I see the cheerleaders counting. That's exactly what they're doing. They're counting the beats of the music. Now, as you get more confident, more composed as a competitor, you won't be counting visibly. You'll be counting in your head. But sometimes you need to have that communication to make sure you're hitting everything on time. And this is the circus-themed Rebel Cheerleading Athletics Rush. So much fun from Rebels Cheerleading Athletics, and so much skill and technique loaded into that U12 pom routine. Again, the commitment to the theme, I applaud. They start and open up much like they finish their routine, and then it's just all fun from there.
I loved this moment here, and then it kind of closing the palms there. It was kind of like she almost came out of nowhere.
It's just something so small with such a profound impact. It caught my eye yesterday and certainly caught it again today. Star jumps.
I love that little
Nice
moment
toss.
too, from the ground, and then the big
And again, tossing your palms up in the air, it's a degree of, you're not fully in control at that point, but I love that their height, it matches every single time. And this part too, you can tell that they're spelling the word circus, and then the big finish at the end. Again, it's such a joy to watch these teams deliver again. You know that there was no fluke in their technicality the day before, in their performance and their compete the day before, to see it duplicated again. Of course, judges will now average out those scores. I don't know if the judges themselves do that. Of course, they have somebody else who can take their score sheets and go with it, but just really great to see. And there will be another awards session coming up. Today is broken down a little bit differently, of course, from last night. And there will be another award session in about, let's do a quick count here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 more routines to go before that award session break. Oh, so much to take in, Holly.
definitely
I love
is.
it. Yep. Able to keep the energy here in our little broadcast space. We are, I've mentioned before, we're situated right at the back of the main room where the performances are happening. The big stage is kind of behind our bright lights, where there's a phenomenal seating area for all of the spectators, friends, family, all of that. Wherever you're joining us from today, thank you for doing so. We've talked about it a little bit. The biggest ever Warman Cheer Classic, already the biggest competition in Saskatchewan for many, many years, and it's just grown and become this tremendous, well-organized competition that's a destination for so many teams.
Yeah, I mean, it speaks to the volume of where people are coming from and how far they're coming from, all the way out from the West Coast out east a little bit. It's awesome to see that it's this little competition that started in a high school gym has gotten so big that it's drawing attention from other provinces.
And that's a testament to the organizers. You can't have something like this without heart and soul, and as soon as this weekend is done, I can guarantee you the thinking for next year is going to pick up, if that hasn't already started.
It's true.
If they haven't already started planning for next year. Western Athletics out of Swift Current is next. It's their Prodigies U8 prep team level 1. We have yet to see this group compete. I already love the opening setup here. Make sure you get into place before the music starts. Little wave to family as well. Western Athletics Prodigies U8 prep team. There's that wave to get things going.
I love this opening. It was so cute.
It started with asking what's wrong with being confident, and you could really feel that confidence from the start with this team. And you know, I want to give credit to the resilience of this group too. Yes, there was a stunting bobble that occurred, but they kept going, and that's what it's about, right? That's what you're learning when you come to compete. You're on a bigger stage, brighter stage. Nice tumbling pass there with the cartwheels. Little single leg moment. And this V-sit goes all the way up to extension.
Lovely little pyramid kind of photo finish there.
And then this moment here at the end. It was wonderful. All right. Again, those prep teams, they get the one chance to do their routine here on the big bright stage at Warman Cheer Classic. Oh, what else can we dive into before our next... Oh, there we go. I never know how much time we have. Of course, they got to keep the clock rolling here. Bedford Road Collegiate, their senior pom team, now heading out on the floor. And this was a very memorable routine from yesterday. Again, I love when simple look, black, red, little pop of color. And you'll see that as well with their palms. That slide into the finish is so slick. What a nice little finishing detail there from Bedford Road Collegiate, their senior pom team.
I like that they had a lot of different moments in it where it was like it would slow down and then pick back up and pull you back in.
Well, you said it, Holly, tempo changes, right? I'm so glad that you remembered the terminology there, because it's like the speed changes, right? Yeah. It's taking those moments and just squeezing everything out of it, right? And letting the crowd enjoy it all. I always like the very subtle palm hand switches. You barely notice it. That moment was great too. So dramatic, obviously, when you go from standing nice and tall, just dropping to the ground. That's something judges are looking for in palm routines.
Yeah, overall, a very energetic routine. And like we said before, making sure that energy stays the same throughout, trying even to pick it up towards the end when you're really gassed and you're tired. And they were able to maintain that the whole way through, which makes, as a spectator, so much fun.
Yes, and I really appreciate their lift sequence that we just had a look at as well, how they were able to just set up and do it. And that takes a lot of skill and experience, because you don't want to oversell the setup and make it so obvious, but you also don't want the moment to just pass as quickly. We're already moving on though. Warman Ultimate Cheerleading from Warman, Saskatchewan. Chanel U12 Pom Team taking the stage.
We're a couple minutes behind, so that's why I think they're
moving right along, yeah. And the home crowd goes wild for Warman Ultimate Cheerleading Chanel U12 Pom Team.
I love what Warman has done for their pom teams, for their uniforms. They just look so dynamic on stage because you get kind of that color shift.
I agree, Holly. I love the fact that they're putting the darker colors maybe in the palms, right? Adding in that contrast, but really making sure that the judges can see their cheerleaders, can see their dancers. Lovely lift moment, walkovers. Very nice. Good transition there. And when you've got the long hair, you might as well swish it.
Definitely. They had a lot of technical parts too, with a lot of palm tosses. And in the middle there, we had seen kind of one after the other, after the other, after the other, which just keeping your eyes focused on that palm, make sure that doesn't come down.
So now Warman Ultimate Cheerleading, they get a chance, of course, to look back at their routine. That was their second time doing it. So they are all done, at least for that group. I know there will be many more Warman Ultimate Cheerleading groups we'll see. And coming up next, out of Medicine Hat, it's Toxic Elite Cheerleading Hazard. It's their U8 Prep Level 1 team. So we have not seen this group on the stage yet. Toxic Elite Cheerleading out of Medicine Hat, the Hazard Team U8 Prep Level 1.
Nobody watching that routine could tell me that they didn't have fun watching.
Oh, of course. I was smiling the whole time. That's what it's about.
And you could tell they were having so much fun.
Jump moments. There were some really great pyramids. Again, respect to the creativity at level 1 to give me those level changes. I love the little partner sequence in the front there. Great smiles from everyone. This moment here I really enjoyed. I actually did a little TikToks as well on top of the backs of their bases there. Again, adding in a little bit of dynamic lateral movement. It's U8 Prep, right? We're here to just get ourselves ready for competition, building blocks of what's to come when you do more cheer routines. That's what you're building with those prep teams. How do you get into your prep level stunts? How do you transition? All of those things is really tough.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, is you only have a certain amount of time with them, so trying to like teach all of the basics with almost a little bit less time than you would if you had kind of more of the actual level 1 teams and not the prep or the novice. So it is really impressive seeing these girls come out here and then just be able to nail it.
Yeah, just have fun. Love that. And Toxic Elite Cheerleading has put together a number of groups in for Warman Cheer. And by the way, when we talk about this being the biggest version of the Warman Cheer Classic, we're not kidding. That's to turn people away. That's to turn registrants away. So keep that in mind for next year. If you're like, I'd like to do a duo or I'd like to do an individual routine. Get ready. Be prepared now. Yes. Make sure that you commit because you might not make the cut, literally, purely based on when you registered, right? And I know organizers, they try to fit everyone in. This isn't about, they don't want to have to turn anyone away, but it just speaks to how much this competition has grown. It's already 3 days. It's already most of Friday, bulk of Friday afternoon into evening, all day Saturday, which is where we are right now. We are officially in the afternoon, I should mention.
That we are.
I don't think I mentioned that moment, but we've crossed over into the afternoon here in Central Time Zone. And then tomorrow as well, day 3. Now, what's interesting for folks who are watching from any province outside of Saskatchewan, we don't change our clocks. And so tomorrow, when you spring forward, we won't. So we get to enjoy our sleep, but that will change the times of performances if you're tuning in on a live stream, if you're watching from Manitoba or watching from Ontario, where else? BC, Alberta. I think
anywhere but here.
No, there you go. Oh, and Saskatchewan. I was like, where's number 5? Where's number 5? All right, we're going to head to a very brief break. We still have 5 more routines to go before the awards session. I'm Danielle Fonicelli, Holly Warniak. We'll be right back. Take a look at our sponsors. And we are back. Bravo Dance Company Royal U12 Palm routine taking the stage. Bravo Dance Company Royal out of Martinsville. Their U12 pom team adding a little disco flair. We've seen it from a number of routines, but each one delivering their very own take on it. Great palm control, palm work. Definitely seems elevated from the fantastic performance they gave in day one. Again, a chance to do it again day two. And that wonderful palm toss moment with a single catch in the air. Again, adding a degree of difficulty. Wonderful ripple with strong, sharp motions. Peeling out, allowing for some playful theatrics. And those jumps, the height. Just a fun group, really showing that they came to compete. Not that they didn't in day one, but everything is just a little bit more clean, a little bit more finessed. And what a great variety of facials we're getting to. Not only just a smile, but we're getting just a groovy feeling from this team. Bravo Dance Company, good job. Up next will be Warman Ultimate Cheerleading, of course, from Warman, Saskatchewan. Their Moonstones, you ready? U6 prep team. All right, so the Littles are going to take the stage. Looking forward to that. After Warman will be the University of Saskatchewan, their dance team, Collegiate Pom. Then Explosion Cheer Academy's Da Bomb U18 Pom. And then it'll cap off with Gritters Cheerleading Kickoff, another U6 prep team. Okay, so we're going to see two more, but first, it's the Warman Ultimate Cheerleading U6 prep level 1 team, Moonstones. And a very large U6 grouping as well. Step one is just making sure you've lined up at the start. That can be so difficult when you're on a big stage like this. They're ready, they're fierce. Warman Ultimate Cheerleading Moonstones. Wow, U6 prep. Holly, again, don't know why I'm saying I'm blown away by these prep teams, but you just come in there knowing that there's going to be the foundationals and some of the challenges of coordinating a large group of kids under the age of 6 into a cheerleading routine. But boy, did they nail the formation changes, these stunts as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. People have to remember that these kids are kindergarten and younger.
Yes, yeah.
So I was not that coordinated in kindergarten, first of all. And to have this many of them out there and sometimes you'll see with kind of the younger teams, the coaches will be out there on the floor with them just to help guide them. But these girls did an amazing job of knowing where to go, what comes next, and kind of being able to pull it all together.
Very impressed. Wonderful showing from the Moonstones. They have a lot to be proud about, a lot to be excited for. I mean, in the meantime, they're going to get their sugar rush going, and that'll make for a very exciting Saturday for everyone's families here. Oh, what a treat. So we are going to see one more U6 prep team just before this next award session. So this will be the second award session of the day, and that will be awarding probably a number of the senior POM teams here, I would imagine, because once we move into the next session, we're looking more at, again, there are some POM routines still to go, so those ones won't be decided yet. And then we'll move into a return of seeing some of the middle school, high school cheer teams, which of course involves the chanting and all of the great work that we saw yesterday. I'm still so impressed with how well teams incorporated their props. That's something to watch for when we get there, because that's what judges are looking for. But in the meantime, the University of Saskatchewan is taking the dance floor, taking the stage, their dance team, Collegiate POM. Again, we're expecting high level from them. They delivered a phenomenal first run of this routine yesterday. We'll see what, if anything, they can tweak and improve on today. I asked the question to start, is there anything they can improve on? And I don't know, but to me that routine did somehow feel even fuller, even more finesse than what we saw yesterday, and it was already so fantastic.
I just love the professionalism of how they
Yes.
look. It just looks like a professional dance team you would see out on like a football field in the NFL, and it's just so much fun to watch them every year.
And look at that side view of the diagonal shows you how poised and perfect they are in their formations, their timing. This is really a masterclass for a lot of the younger POM athletes. Watching a routine like this, you see the extension through to the toe, you see the commitment to when you have the drops, the individual moments to really stand out and shine. And they just never drop their facials. They are committed to it from start to finish. You can tell they enjoy doing this routine.
I just could watch them forever.
I was gonna say, I'm like, can we get a repeat of that? But it really is so much fun. And it's just so nice that we get to see this level of a POM routine at competition where you have all the youngsters watching. Like, I was taking a quick little peek out at the crowd, and they're dancing along. They're seeing what goes into making a high-level routine like that, and it's the commitment to every single detail. Just this opening, again, I think we'll have a chance to see it. It's simple, but it works. That's the thing. You don't need to overcomplicate. It is all about nailing those basics, those fundamentals. So now, final two routines of this session. This is session 3 of the entire competition. Second of today, Explosion Cheer Academy out of Lloydminster to bomb their U18 pom team. There's the finish I remember as well from day one, that standing back tuck. Deliver it after a very high intensity, high energy routine, Holly.
Well, that's the thing, is a lot of times in cheerleading, you'll put your standing tumbling like that at the beginning because you're fresh. And it's just to go through that entire routine and then be like, oh, by the way, back tuck for you.
Yeah, and actually, speaking of tucks, just really great tuck jump as well. Again, I always love execution of those different types of jumps. We see the beautiful toe touches, but to add that element in, I really enjoyed the ripple from front to back. Timing was nicely executed on that as well.
I've been, consistently impressed with this club all weekend so far.
And that's what it's about, right? It's about showing what your club can do and then learning from every other group that's here in Warman. I'm learning so much. I was saying to Holly yesterday, I kind of want to get back into it, but that aside, it's just so much fun to watch and see, and the growth, and I can't even say that there's one particular stunt that is really taken over that we're seeing in every single routine. There's so much variety here at Warman Cheer Classic. And we're going to end this session here with Gritters Cheerleading out of Yorkton kickoff their U6 prep team. Good luck. kickoff. U6 prep team. Love the smiles. Hey, I recognize some of those cheerleaders from the POM team. We start with that. So much fun. What a great way to end session 3. And Holly, you had a chance to kind of look up some of the notable points of a prep team and the importance of them. And we've seen so many prep teams today, from U12 all the way now to U6.
Yeah, so basically it's just kind of more, a lot of people will also say that cheerleading can get quite expensive. So it is kind of just like a beginner, shorter routines, less hours of instruction needed. The cost commitment, the time commitment, the travel commitment isn't as large. But it's so awesome to see that even though, I mean, you might get less hours in the gym with some of these teams, you still get to see a lot of like great technique, great foundations, great stunts, great skills. It's awesome to see that they're still building out those programs for a lot of the younger athletes.
And also allowing the cheerleader themselves to figure out, do I want to do this? This is something I love, because once you make a commitment to a team, it really is a commitment. You can't just drop out in the middle of the season. I know some people who have done that, but it's one of those things, right, where you are part of the routine, you're built into the plan, you are it, right?
Well, that's the thing about cheerleading, is it's unlike other sports in the way that every person is a piece, and you need that piece. You're a cog in the machine, and you need that person there. So it's different, whereas in soccer you can put somebody in football you can put somebody in.
Exactly.
But cheer, if you're one person from your stunt group is not there, you can't practice.
Yes, and then you have to do the little motions and just try to get the timing down. And again, kudos to all of the athletes who are here competing today, yesterday, obviously tomorrow as well. Again, 3 days here at the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic. We are going to break now, because that is the end of session 3 of the competition. The second session for today. We're going to have an awards break, and we will return. Holly Warniak, Daniela Ponticelli, and our great crew from Access Now Sports. We will be back with more from session 4, kicking off with Bravo Dance Company Electric U18 POM. It'll all go down 1:30 p.m. Central. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
Welcome back inside the Warman Home Center Communiplex for the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic. We're headed into session 4. It's day 2, Saturday, and we are rolling right along. So much energy in the building, and we are shuffling into some higher level routines. Of course, revisiting some from yesterday as these teams have a chance to compete these routines one last time, including this group from Martinsville, Bravo Dance Company Electric, their U18 pom team. done well yet again. Bravo Dance Company Electric U18 Pom, a great fighting theme. It begins with this opening visual. And of course, I always love the symmetry when you can make it work to revisit that at the end and really complete the story, Holly.
No, it was so fun to watch yesterday, and I loved watching it again today. They brought even more energy, which I didn't think was possible after yesterday.
Great turning sequence there. I like everyone's leg heights on those fouettes. Pirouettes, more like it, I should say. And even those moments, right? Those little moments to peel back, create some open space. Love that moment too. Great level change, dramatic. And then this moment, who's the champion? We now know from Bravo Dance Company. Moving on to our next routine. It'll be Warman Community Middle School Storm Junior Intermediate. Holly, we can just give a quick reminder of what we're going to be seeing in these school cheer routines.
Yeah, so the school will kind of move back and forth between some dance and some school teams, which differs from all-star cheerleading in that you'll see a cheer portion where they actually have to do a cheer, generally with their colors, their team mascots, their team names and stuff like that. So we'll see that interspersed here. And I'm really excited because there was a lot of really good school teams last night.
Very strong routines from all of those schools, and the cheers themselves, which we will hear, they are being judged on how clear are you, how loud are you. I mean, we have some microphones picking up some sound, but overall everyone very loud in this building. It is about how, again, the clarity is key too, so it's not just about screaming at the top of your lungs, but pushing out your words. Warman Community Middle School with their junior intermediate cheer routine. And we'll get a great look back, the highlights in just a moment. But Holly, I really appreciated what they did with their cheer again. Nice clarity, good use of the signs, I should say. And that's also what they're being judged on. Use of the props. Do they emphasize your cheer? Do they make sense? That moment was this moment here rather, was a lot more clean than yesterday as well.
Yes, definitely. They definitely took whatever critiques they would have gotten from the judges and applied that to day 2 here, because this looks like a lot more of a confident routine for sure.
I appreciate the pike jumps that were added in for difficulty. Great facials. And then the finishing dance section. Again, these are all must-have components of these routines that they are being judged on. Nice little finish at the end there. Big high V in the air. Up next, we're going to see Channel Performance out of Saskatoon, their U18 POM team. And that'll be followed by Prairie Fire Cheerleading, the Firebugs, a U6 prep team as well, level 1. So we talk a lot about prep teams, just the fact that they're just a little bit dialed back from just a straight level 1. But again, so impressed with what we saw, especially in the last session. We are already in session 4 of day 2 here in Warman, Saskatchewan. And up next, as mentioned, Channel Performance. Channel Performance delivering another great routine. Something to take note of is that these will be the final POM routines we see in this session, because after this we switch to a big array of cheer from all stars, some schools. All of that will be intertwined. Lots of cheer ahead, but in the meantime, enjoy the final POM routines that we'll see here. Again, they had a chance to do this routine yesterday, enjoyed it then. Proving once again, your group doesn't have to be large in order to make a big impression.
Yeah, there was definitely a lot of things today that they cleaned up and were a lot sharper and tighter in. Like timing on their jumps was a lot better today. The extension through their legs on their jumps was phenomenal. They've got to be proud of that performance for sure.
It's gotta feel good. Channel Performance. Coming up next, another U6 prep team, level 1, Firebugs from Prairie Fire Cheerleading. They're based out of Saskatoon. We've seen a number of their groups already taking to the big stage here in Warman. Again, this is the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic. If you're just joining us, we are broadcasting live all day. Started early this morning at 9. By the way, Channel Performance's routine number 50 of just today. And there's a whole lot more in store. We're not even halfway yet. Here are the Firebugs, U6 Prep 1. Prairie Fire, the Firebugs. They really lit up the stage. It was so much fun. Right as soon as the music hit, Holly.
They really did, and I love watching these kids. Just the name Firebugs just gives you the warm fuzzies inside, and then it totally, just the amount of skill they have. These are 6 and 5-year-olds, and it's just crazy to see that being able to pull off prep level skills like that, like professionals.
And they really nailed it. Like, look at this moment here where they step up with confidence. One of them didn't even need the back assist there. You love to see it again. You're laying the fundamentals. You're also fostering a love of the sport. So you want to make it fun. And what a great moment there. What a lovely, well-executed pyramid. Oh, these Firebugs have a lot to feel good about. And all of the U6 prep teams who were in the last session, they got their kudos during the awards. So much fun. And of course, the sessions are broken down. It's not a perfect science. You're looking at between 15 to 20, sometimes 25 routines in a given session block. As I had mentioned prior to the Prairie Fire one, we had already had 50 routines just today. Last night finished just shy of 80. Just goes to show how much time, how much effort is put into this. All of those are judged. All of those are given the time, of course, in the other room, filtered through. It's a whole competition.
It's a long day for the volunteers and everybody that puts on this entire thing. They're here long before it starts and long after it finishes.
And that includes the great folks at Access Now Sports, who we will give kudos to a little later on. Up first, though, Prince Albert Collegiate Institute, Senior Intermediate PACI. Prince Albert Collegiate Institute, right off the hop, Holly, I say much cleaner opening. Right from the beginning, drew me in and just felt more confident than their first run through of this routine, but overall, a really phenomenal effort from PACI.
Yeah, definitely a lot more confident, like you said, from yesterday to today. And that's what you want to see. You don't want to see kind of the nerves get the better of you once you've kind of gone out there and you've gotten under the lights and been able to do it once. And I think they did a lot of things today that they didn't maybe get to yesterday.
Really strong extensions, a nice little straight right basket toss. And then into this moment here in arabesque.
And that was a good save. I'm not sure what happened. They had a shoulder sit there yesterday, but it's a good save to still make it a pyramid by connecting it to somebody who's on the floor there.
Yeah, making sure you're making the most, maximizing those moments. I love that. Great little assisted lift kick into the finishing moment there for PACI. Up next, Vibe YXC, their U18 Palm team. I remember this group in their bright blue disco-themed outfits as well, and they'll be followed up by Warman Ultimate Cheerleading Pearls, another U6 prep team. I'm really enjoying these, and again, it's going to change after this session. Holly and I will break down what we'll be expecting to see later on today, some of the higher level, some world bids, all of that, but in the meantime, enjoy this terrific palm routine. Vibe YXC out of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, their U18 Palm routine. And again, it's been so much fun seeing this little bit of throwback attitude in a number of routines, but each one having such a very different take on it. And I just felt overall it was a strong routine yesterday, but again, another team that's really taken whatever critiques they were given and just sharpened them all.
Definitely. From yesterday to today, it was like you could just see them pushing the envelope and just trying to go just that little bit more and kind of max out because a part of their scorecard will be their overall impression. So trying to get the judges into it. I mean, with that music, how can you not get into that routine?
So much fun. Look at this turn sequence. Again, this is a dance school that's really now incorporated POM, and that's what I love about POM is it does offer that flexibility. You don't necessarily have to be a cheerleading club in order to put forward a great routine, and they've sold it. They've sold me on it. I'm vibing with Vibe YXC. All right, up next, Warman Ultimate Cheerleading Pearls, their U6 prep team, level 1. Don't want to take away, of course, from the final moments of Vibe's routine. They are now getting a look back, of course. I always want to say behind the scenes, but again, the way it's set up here, we're in the main hall and then it's next door. And so, Holly, you've gone through how the flow of the competition works as a competitor here at Warman back in the day. A little bit different, scaled back a bit, but what is it like if you walk in the doors, I'm here to compete?
Walk in the doors, you make sure you got all of your stuff first.
Yes.
But then just as a matter of when you are in the warm-up room, you have a couple of moments before you're on a mat. So then you're kind of like trying to get yourself amped up, and then you hit your practice mats, and then you have to wait, and you're just vibing with adrenaline. And then you come out and you're just like, hey, lights are on, let's do this.
Exactly, the lights now on. Pearls U6 Prep Level 1 out of Warman, Saskatchewan. Okay, that is too cute, Holly. What a great routine. Warman Ultimate Cheerleading Pearls, their U6 Prep Level 1. Yeah, I couldn't resist adding my 2 cents when there was that cute moment. I mean, they designed it as such. So from the beginning, I really love that they set up this routine with just a moment where the athletes could do something in unison together, set the tone, and then it was just all fun from there.
They had a lot of stunt groups, which on teams of this size, that's what you want to see. But sometimes with the younger groups, it is a little bit easier to have fewer stunt groups and have maybe a front or a fourth, sometimes they're called, on a stunt. But they had so many groups. It was so great to see so many flyers in the air.
And I like that they made use of those cheerleaders who were basing at the bottom on the floor level. They added in that expressive element, the facials. Sometimes you're turned to the side. That can obviously create another visual look, but when you're face fronting, yes, make the most of it. Show your face, and again, it made me go, oh my goodness, that's so cute. And of course, the judges, that's what they're looking for as well. So really exciting stuff. Something Holly pointed out, in this session alone, we're going to see everything from prep, which we've seen, all the way to level 7, which is the highest level we're going to see. We're going to close out this session with the University of Saskatchewan, their premier co-ed team. It's still a little ways to go, but that's so exciting. Get to see all the different variety there. John Paul II Crusaders, their senior intermediate team. Again, we were wowed yesterday just by the size and scale of this team. And they were very clean with their motions, movements, and especially their cheer portion yesterday. Another great competitive routine from the Crusaders Jump, all the second school in Saskatoon. And it's just the whole package for me, Holly. The look, everything is so clean. And again, when you have a large group, that can certainly work to your advantage, but that can also create some difficulty in making sure everyone is on the same page, everyone is doing everything they're supposed to do, and they're having fun.
You can tell the coaches have spent a lot of time on making sure what they want to see from the entire team on a big picture scale is what they are going to see as far as they're sharp, they're together, they're clean. Even in their cheer, how crisp they were. You could hear everything that they were saying.
And these stunt sequences, very well done.
There was a couple single-based ones there, which is very tricky.
And in this moment, too, with the pyramids, Holly and I will discuss basket tosses coming up in case we've been throwing those words around, but there was a number of straight ride basket tosses. That's pretty much what we've seen up until this point. That is all going to change later on today, where we'll see some more basket toss elements elevated as we get into the later levels. But first, Prince Albert Dance Company, their U18 pom team. Prince Albert Dance Company, U18 Pom. Again, some great snapshot moments throughout, including that beautiful toe touch just to get things going, set the tone here early on of what they want to deliver. And again, it's all about the precision. And if you have a moment where maybe you're a little bit off with your spacing, come together like they do and just let it go, right? Keep moving through your routine. I love that slide down moment there as well.
There's a lot of fun little moments in here, like some of their palm switches, some of their tosses, and even some of their jumps were just, they came in and out of them in an interesting way.
I definitely appreciate, once again, the really big feeling you get even watching a small group and really take up the space, own the space as we talk about. So coming up, by the way, our very first U6 novice team. You want to quickly explain the difference there?
Yeah, so between prep and novice, it's just going to be a different length of routine. Again, just the time commitment, travel commitment, just a little bit less, so it's a little bit easier for maybe families that don't want the full or 3 days a week practice, and we're traveling to different provinces and stuff like that. So it is just going to be a different length of routine versus what we've seen with the prep.
And a reminder here at the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic, 5 provinces represented. Okay, starting with Saskatchewan. I nearly forgot our own province here. Saskatchewan, Alberta, BC, that's heading out west. Then Manitoba, Ontario to round it out. 5 provinces represented here. Absolutely incredible. Up next, though, from Saskatchewan, from Regina, Boss Athletics Glam, their U6 novice team, taking to the stage now for the very first time.
Adorable.
I know, I'm just all smiles watching that. Boss Athletics U6 novice, very first novice squad of the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic. We get to relive some of the best moments here. Really great timing. Again, always impressed. You're coordinating a group of very young cheerleaders, and it is all about timing, and they're really nailing it. Look at those little moments there with their stunts. The bases are being strong and solid on the ground. And again there.
It is a hard age group to kind of get coordinated as well. And that's the nice thing about novice, with it being a little bit shorter of a routine, as well as kind of being an introduction to cheer at that age, and just being like, okay, you've never done it before? Let's take you right from the basics all the way up.
And still making it fun, because as you know, kids, that's what's going to keep them coming back, right? Was it fun? Did you enjoy hanging out with your friends? And of course, taking in an event like this too. But I can't imagine being this high and kind of wandering around and just seeing all the bright lights and all of that. It's so, so cool.
And at practices too, like mom and dad are right there and you can see them. But for someone that age to stand out there, and it just looks like a black sea of faces because there's no lights on the audience.
Nothing, yeah.
And they were just honestly brave, because at that age, sometimes you see the little ones and they get scared and they're like, where's mom?
Yeah, I know, it's intimidating, but again, this is what I love about cheerleading. It really empowers you. You learn early on, trust yourself, trust your teammates. You gain leadership skills, even if you're never an official leader of a team. You know, all of those things just get instilled in you because you work as a unit. You really have to trust each other all the way through. All right, so up next, Tommy Douglas Collegiate, the Tigers Senior Intermediate. This will be another school cheer team, so note the chants that will be off the top. Then Alumni All-Stars, who we will break down in just a bit, because Holly actually found out a bit more about that group and sort of how they came to be, the very impressive team. And then Gritters Cheerleading Baby G's will be back for a novice routine coming up. So first, Tommy Douglas Collegiate Senior Intermediate.
1
Tommy Douglas Collegiate out of Saskatoon, senior intermediate.
There was a lot more about this routine today. That was a lot cleaner and I think a little bit more confident than yesterday.
Look at the partner stunting.
Amazing.
I mean, I know it was there yesterday, but it really just sprang to life. Very nice and clean.
There was a lot of skills in this routine that are harder than they look. Doing a chair, which is what we saw just a little bit earlier there, way harder than it actually looks to be able to nail that. And as well as shoulder sits, getting them to kind of crawl up there. There's a lot of like balance issues that you have to work on, otherwise they're going to go straight off the front. And they were really confident in their stunting today, and I think they've got to be proud of this routine.
Yes, I saw some nice cleaner arabesques than we even saw yesterday. And again, it does come down to if you're feeling solid in your base group, then you're going to hit it like that. I love that she popped and extended there to really accent that pyramid. Really great second run through of that routine. That's exactly what it's for. And now, of course, an average of the scores will help determine their standings at the end of this competition. So that was Tommy Douglas. We're now moving on to Alumni All-Stars Royals Open Palm. Alumni All-Stars. Such an impressive routine, and when you understand the makeup of this group, it'll all make sense. Holly, you had said you understand this. Oh, is there another moment here? My apologies.
Just when you thought there was.
Just when I thought. I mean,
they give you more.
Wow. Okay. Okay, you got me there, Alumni All-Stars. I definitely fell for it. Beautiful moment there.
I had to do a little reconnaissance because I try to pride myself on knowing who's coming from where. And I'm like, who the heck are these guys? And then I remembered, I was like, the style, it looks vaguely familiar. So I did a little snooping, little Instagram snooping, and found out the coach of them used to coach at Bedford Road and now coaches at Tommy Douglas as well, I believe. These are all of her alumni over the years that have graduated, that don't have a program to go into anymore because obviously they're not in school anymore. And she's put together this team and a team we'll see a little bit later on. And as soon as I saw that it was her that was coaching, I was like, it clicked. I was like, that's why I recognized just the level changes that she's just so good at and different choreography that she puts into all of her routines. I've loved watching her since I was in high school and seeing her do her teams then. And I'm just so excited that she's built out this program now where like people who have graduated who maybe don't go to the University of Saskatchewan, for example,
Exactly.
and have a pom team there. And not all of the All-Star clubs here have dance teams. So I love that she's built this out. And I love this routine. Like I had to,
Yes,
I showed
yes,
you.
the goosebumps.
I had goosebumps.
It's so great to see. Yes, the strength. There's that moment where I apparently got fooled into thinking that it was nearly the end. I do love this. Again, another great take on a ripple, right? And you have to be so clean, well executed, all together to make that visual work.
Absolutely love her routine.
Oh,
year
so
after
fun.
year, I'm always so excited to see what she comes up with. And she always comes up with stuff that I'm just like, still haven't seen everything she has to give.
Oh, that's what makes this community so great, is that everyone levels up year after year. Not just the athletes, but the coaches, the choreographers, everyone involved just gets better and better and better. Up next, Gritters cheerleading out of Yorkton. We've seen so many great routines from this club already, but it's the Baby G's U6 novice team, who we have not seen yet here at the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic. It's their turn to take the stage. Oh, come on. So sweet. Again, remember, it is really difficult to see past the bright shining lights, so they're being directed a little bit by their coaches just on the spacing on this really wide stage. But what great concentration from the ladies up front. Gritters cheerleading Baby G's, their U6 novice team, stepping out. Lots of confidence. Yes, it took a little while just to make sure everyone was on the right page to start, but once they got there, it was all fun. Look at that. Great timing.
You'll see a lot of times with these younger teams, those coaches out front really trying to help them out. But at the end of the day, you gotta give them enough confidence in practice to be able to have them come out and just be able to do it on the floor without you being able to step on there.
And they really did. And that also comes down to how you build your routine for a team like this, right? Making it so that there's those moments that they know they're going to hit, like those claps, those clasps. And the follow through. Oh, I love that. What a sweet moment waving out to the crowd. Those routines just make me smile. So we have a little bit of time here. The novice routine, of course, a bit shorter than some of the other routines we're going to be seeing. Jumping way ahead to the very final routine of this session. It's the University of Saskatchewan's Level 7 team. You break that down. When you hear Level 7, what are we going to see? We know what we've seen at Level 1 and around there. What are we going to see at Level 7?
Yeah, so we'll get kind of a little bit of a whiplash going from a Level 1
Yeah.
team all the way to a collegiate team. You're going to see a lot of those basket tosses that have tucks, layouts in them, and building pyramids 2.5 high. So when we get there, we can look at that and see what that looks like, because that is only allowed at Level 7.
Yes, we will certainly point those out. Make sure that you are watching. It's such an exciting time to see that. All right, up next, Tom Collegiate Trojans, their senior intermediate cheer team. can see it on their faces. They know that they hit that routine. First of all, way improved from yesterday. Not to take away from day one, but wow, it just a whole different kind of attitude with this Tom collegiate team here.
Yeah, and taking into consideration the fact that they are a collegiate team, so they have to basically make time for practice around school. Not necessarily that all-star teams don't have to do that, but to practice in your gym space and finding the time for all that, they are a very strong team stunt-wise. The cleanliness, the technique, how clean everything was. I'm just blown away by the level that they've been able to accomplish and some of their transitions into their stunts.
And they're the only group I've seen so far pull scales and pull them just beautifully as well. The straight ride tosses, getting great height. That's what you want to see in those skills.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you're only doing a straight ride toss, you're getting scored on your height. You won't get scored on your skill because you're not allowed to pull skills. So the idea is to get it as high in there as you can, and they had amazing height.
And again, with the straight ride, what's so difficult about getting the height is that because you're so extended, there's no cheating. There's no, well, I can pull my legs up so then it'll look even higher, right, when you add the basket toss in there, or the toe touch in there. But that's the fundamentals, right? That's how cheerleading gets built up. That's how you build your strength. But what a fantastic routine from the Trojans. Again, you could see it at the end of that routine that they felt so good about their second run through here at the Warman Cheer Classic. Okay, up next is Boss Athletics out of Regina, their Desire Open Palm, which we thoroughly enjoyed yesterday as well. Again, quick open, all that means is that the age group is open.
Yeah, so it'll be more of an all-star term. You won't see that in school because obviously you age out at 17-ish in high school. Open just means anywhere from, depending on the level in cheer, and then in dance is anywhere from 15, 16, 17, all the way up to as old as you want to be and continue to do the thing that you love to do.
Exactly. That's what's so great about the open division, but that's what that word means when we say that. And I think it's time, yes it is already, for Boss Athletics to take the stage right now. This is the team. I like their look overall. Again, Holly and I, not judges, we've enjoyed absolutely every single routine so far. We've seen more than 60 now today. And here's Boss Athletics. Time to shine. Just when you think, could this team attack a routine even more than they already have, somehow they do it.
They're just so fun to watch, and so many of the areas where they have like even sharp, small movements with their palms, they're so effective in creating such an amazing like illusion of what are we gonna do next?
Oh, you could just see it. They know that, hey, This is the second time we do this, the last time we do this here at the Warman Cheer Classic. Let's just make it as memorable as ever. And they're here to compete, just like every team is, but wow.
Yeah, these open division POM teams, there is Worlds bids. So there is Dance Worlds and Cheer Worlds. There is dance bids, one of which being a partial paid bid
Okay.
for Worlds. So that's what many of these teams are going to be after. You might have an at-large bid already, you might not. Might be going after that partial paid, trying to get some money. But I would not be upset with any of these open team divisions in the POM groups representing Saskatchewan. I think they're phenomenal.
Incredible. It really does give me chills. You love to see people live their dream, live their passion, but to execute so well consistently is what is just the wow factor. Up next, Airborne Athletics out of Weyburn, the Chickadees. It's the under 6 novice. Airborne Athletics, Chickadees. Oh, they're flying high for sure after that routine. How much fun. Again, love the elements where we can bring everyone together, incorporate some difficulty with the one-legged switch outs, creating the basis for their cheerleading growth in the sport. So fun to watch.
You can't not watch this category without a big smile on your face, honestly.
And again, I just know that they're going to go home and be so happy, right? That's what it's all about. I got to go and compete in the Warman Cheer Classic. It's so great to see these novice teams stepping in, and yes, a difference from going from an open POM team all the way to a novice, but that's what makes this competition so great. And there is a reason why those things happen too. It is a chance for the judges to just take a breather, because the same judges for an open POM team is not judging a novice team. I know that might sound obvious, but it is something that we want to give credit to. All right, Aiden Bowman Collegiate from Saskatoon. They are stepping out their senior collegiate team. I was wowed with this routine yesterday, Holly. I love the use of their props, the signs. You'll see it right off the hop. Just a little bit different. Using the lettering from front to back versus just straight across. Take a look. love that the energy ramps up even at the end there with this great routine from the Aiden Bowman Collegiate Bears. Now, some stunts didn't quite hit as they would have liked. Again, yesterday they did, so their scores will be averaged out and taken into consideration, but I love the resiliency. That's what it's about. Are you going to get back up, finish the next sequence, create the next pyramid? Yes, you are. Not going to let that stop you. And their stunts at the beginning, look at these, so nice and clean.
Such a strong program there at Aiden Bowman, and that's awesome to see. Again, you'll lose athletes once they graduate, so being able to build a good foundation of athletes through grade 9 all the way up to grade 12, so that when you do lose those senior athletes, you still have a good foundation to pull from. And obviously they're doing something right there at Bowman, because they've been good for a great many years.
Love the level changes. You see some fantastic somersaults. Again, those are moves. Those are skills that we were seeing in level 1. It doesn't mean you have to give those up. You just incorporate them in a different way, elevate them, make it dynamic, usually speed it up, play with the tempo, and all of a sudden you have a much more difficult routine at a higher level too. Up next, Gritters Cheerleading Halftime Open Palm. Again, we talked about the Open Palm division being a really tight race. Just an incredible, I can't wait to see this one again. Again, it just means they're a little older, sometimes more experienced, just have a bit more technical effort and work involved in these pieces. I was very impressed by this routine yesterday. And this is the final palm routine of the competition. Gritters cheerleading out of Yorkton. Their fans, of course, giving them all of the love and support that you expect here from the Warman Cheer Classic. Again, this open palm division is so difficult, but what I love about Gritters is that they bring a different quality, right? They've got the dance touches. I so enjoy some of their jump sequences, the double toe touches. They might have even thrown in a triple there. Really, just so impressive.
Yeah, no, all the way from their littles all the way up to their older teams here with their open. I've said it last year too, so there's something in the water there in Yorkton, because they just have such a great energy through their entire club, and it's so much fun to watch.
You hear that, Yorkton? Don't stop. You're just getting better and better every single year. Love to see it from Gritters Cheerleading. Again, I mentioned this was our last time seeing a palm routine for this competition, because after this session wraps up, there will be an award session, Holly, and that's actually the final award session of today. There will be judges' breaks built into the next basically half of the day, but there won't be awards handed out at that point because those will all be routines that are getting their first crack at it, and then we'll see them perform or compete again tomorrow, and that's when the awards will be doled out there. Whew, there's so much in store. I'm flipping pages. You can sort of see a little bit. The blue is what we've gone through, okay, and then we have a whole other page. It's exciting though.
It looks like a whole day, but this is just a half of the day.
It's just half. This is just half, I promise. It's so exciting though. Up next, we're going to see, I hope I pronounced this correctly here. I think it's Citrine?
Yes.
Citrine? So Warman Ultimate Cheerleading Citrine is the Cheer Abilities Level 1 team. So thrilled to see them compete. And then again, Warman Ultimate will be back out their Diamonds U6 Novice. Oh, so many. It's a demo team, actually. Demo level? Can you explain that?
So demo just means they're just coming out. They might not be ready to compete. It might have been just something to put in the schedule just to kind of fill it. If they're not competing, they won't get a score. They just get to come out and show off what they've been working on all season.
I love that. All right, so here we go. Warman Ultimate Cheerleading Citrine, the Cheer Abilities Level 1.
I'm so excited for this category. I apologize in advance if I cry because these categories, the cheer abilities categories, I just love to watch them.
You do not need to apologize. Honestly, everything about this competition has been so moving. The effort, the work, everything that goes into putting together a great routine. Also, what a lovely look. I love the touch of orange in there.
Yeah, Warman, all of their colors are their team names. They're all after gemstones.
Perfect, of course.
Yes.
Warman Ultimate Cheerleading Citrine. Oh gosh, I can't stop smiling right now. That was such a fun routine.
They're always so fun to watch. They've had a team for quite a few years.
Yes.
And it's just fun because some of these athletes have been here on this team for a while, so it's fun to kind of see them progress over the years too.
And they know, again, this is what happens when you practice, you work together as a team, you know where to go, you hit your stunts, and I just love it. You can see the enjoyment on their faces, the concentration, of course, too. You got a routine to pull off here. Love this moment. You have a little partner stunting in the front. Again, it's so wonderful to see. Cheerleading is for everyone. For everyone.
Everybody and everybody. It is really a sport that it doesn't matter what you're capable of, what you think you can and can't do. There is a level and a team for everybody, and that is one of the things I love the most about cheerleading.
That was so wonderful. We will see another cheer abilities team coming up from Medicine Hat out of Toxic Elite Cheerleading. That's coming up in just a bit, but up next is Warman Ultimate Cheerleading Diamonds. This is their U6 novice team. This is the demo squad, so they're just here to have some fun, showcase what they've learned, and take it all in. Again, part of it is just making sure you're set up in the correct place to begin with. And so these little teams do get a little bit more time just to do that, make sure everyone's good. Wow, this is a nice big crew out of Warman.
My cheeks always hurt from
Yeah.
watching this together. They're just so cute.
I got the waterworks going, I got the cheek pain, I got the smiles. I mean, this is what it's about, right? She's very serious right now. A lot to take in. And there's the hand waves, of course. They are in front of their home crowd here. Oh, I love it. It's so wonderful. Warman Ultimate Cheerleading.
No, you can't stop us.
You can see all the parents lined up in front. Again, this is a demo team. They're not doing it for the scorecard. They're just doing it for fun. It's so it's so fun. I love everyone waving at everybody. What a wonderful routine. From Warman Ultimate Cheerleading, that's their U6 novice. Oh, there's the smiles. They feel so good about that, as they should. Yes, let's see the highlights again. The waving, the sassy hip sways.
There are so many young athletes on this team that I'm sure that is as small of a size of a t-shirt that you can order.
Yes, I was gonna say.
Some of them are dresses on them, and it's just adds to the cuteness.
Again, I love that we're seeing the love of cheerleading fostered at such a young age, right? And it's just building blocks. And what a fun experience. Waving to the crowd, coaches helping out in front, making sure everyone feels confident in what they're doing. Up next, Marion Graham Collegiate out of Saskatoon. It's the Falcons, their senior intermediate cheer team. After this, just 3 more routines in session 4 for the final award session of today, and then we dive into some high-level cheer, all-star cheer, and there will be judges' breaks throughout that, but we'll discuss it all coming up. The Falcons coming through here for Marion Graham Collegiate Senior Intermediate cheer, I should say. And it starts with some really great use of the flags, all hitting, again with the cheer. That's what the judges are looking for. And early on, Holly, there was a stunt that nearly kind of faltered, and then they were able to really save it and pull it out. Of course, towards the end, we can't deny there were some stunts that did not get put up, did not stick. They did stick yesterday from what I remember very anecdotally. So again, they get the average score from both. But overall, I really like the composure. That's not the word I'm looking for. The way it's all come together, this routine.
Yeah, no, like you said, a couple little bumbles here and there, but the thing is with the dance being the final thing and the final impression you leave with the judges, is if you carry that on your face through that entire rest of the dance, the judges will see that, and then it kind of will affect your overall impression, because the deductions you'll get for something coming down doesn't play into your overall impression if you're selling it in that dance, being like, what happened? Nothing. You didn't see anything.
Yeah, just keep going as much as you can, which it can be tough, right? By the way, that was our final school cheer routine of the day. Moving on now, Alumni All-Stars Reign Open Hip Hop.
I don't see how you can hate from outside. You can't even get in. Let go. Look at me now. Look at me now. Oh. I'm getting paper. Look at me now. Oh. Look at me now. Yeah. Pressure, little mother.
Stars delivering yet again, this time in the open hip-hop category.
I'm quite certain this dancer right here is on at least 3 teams, if not
yes,
4
if not
teams.
4. I believe 4, yes. So impressive. Of course, eye-catching. Just the technique, right?
Yeah, and another one of those teams where all of these athletes, for the most part, are going to be graduated and didn't have anywhere kind of to keep doing that thing that they love so much. So I love that Carolyn has brought that into kind of reuniting a lot of the athletes that she's coached over the years as well.
And that's why the name, of course, Alumni All-Stars. And able to just deliver great. I didn't even notice this, Holly, yesterday, but there's a number of dancers who are wearing, you know, the bodysuits with the clear sleeve or the mesh sleeve, and then others that are all black look. But again, it's intentional. It's in the spacing and the formations. It's all there for a reason. Love it. Absolutely fantastic choreography again. What a treat to see. And that is the final hip-hop crew of the 2023 Warman Cheer Classic. And now for our second cheer abilities routine. This one from Medicine Hat's Toxic Elite Cheerleading. It's Venom Level 1. You can hear it. The crowd loved every moment of that routine. Honestly, this cheer, Holly, right off the top, so strong, so loud. You can hear it way in the back of the building here.
Yep, definitely. No, they absolutely crushed this routine. And there was so much different, like, things. So, like, here, we haven't seen anything like that.
The handstand moment, some really great jumps. Again, well timed. Look at that smile. Oh, love it. Could see it again. Could see it all the way back at the judges' table. And this is what it's about, right? Having so much fun. We've seen it from every single team. Setting up here for some tumbling, great cartwheels. This moment was really sweet as well with the pyramid. Again, it's all about adding in that uniqueness and just giving us something different with some of those level 1 skills. Again, Toxic Elite Cheerleading Venom, their cheer abilities team, level 1. Great routine. Up next to wrap up, by the way, session 4, day 2, University of Saskatchewan's Collegiate Premier Co-Ed team, level 7. Here we go. University of Saskatchewan. Wow, again, I just think from start to finish, everything hit, Holly. Everything hit, everything was clean. They have got to feel great about that second run through.
Yeah, no, definitely. They had one little kind of mishap in the pyramid, which right here, I want to give props because a lot of times you'll see pyramids like that where the boy is in the middle and he'll be the main base under that 2.5 high pyramid. So the fact that there's a girl in that, I just love that. I'm just here for strong female bases.
Exactly. Holly and I being bases as well, so lots of credit to the strength required there. Love to see it. And again, the jump sequences, everything so beautifully timed. And yes, you're right, there was that slight little bobble where they went from a full extension, essentially, I think, back to sort of a prep level, but they still saved the stunt, right? And it was like nothing happened, because the impression I'm left with is one of these moments, for example. Oh, just
Everything
love it.
was so picture perfect. Like, it was like, we're here, now we're here, now we're here, and everything was just so clean. It was just textbook.
And there's the finish that I love so much. I also want to just, again, talk about the fact that it looked effortless. And we're going to see that more and more as we wade into the day, because as the teams level up in their experience, in just what they want to do and what they want to accomplish, the effortless factor is huge. You just want everything to look seamless, like, oh, now we're suddenly doing the dance portion, now we're into tumbling, now we're into our stunts, and it's almost got to look easy, even though it's really not. So very quickly, we won't spend too long because there is going to be an awards break now, and Holly and I will take a quick break along with our fantastic crew at Access Now Sports. But just a quick breakdown of the second half. See, pristine, no blue highlights, nothing has happened yet. We are going to start with the Gritters Cheerleading Lady G's U18 Level 3. And then we have a whole bunch of other sort of U8A or U8B. Can you just discuss some of that, Holly?
So a lot of times when you'll see that on a schedule, it is just they have enough teams in that category that they kind of have to split them between like a smaller size, so like a small team, and then a larger team is what they'll usually break that down for. But this afternoon we're in the thick of it. We get to see level 1 all the way up to level 7 and back and forth and everything in between. So,
and we will remind you again, hopefully when we have time, sort of what to expect out of some of these levels. Like, we're going to see a 4.2, which is a little different because the .2 refers to the tumbling, right?
yes. Yep.
And so we'll discuss all of that coming up. Again, this next little section here, there will be an awards session, and I believe, yes, that will be the sort of novice categories. And again, they're not being ranked sort of first, second. They just get the credit that they deserve for being here, showing up, and they get awarded as such. And then as well, all the POM teams, I guess, will be finalized. So they've been certainly waiting to decide that, and of course the school cheer teams that we had a chance to see.
The POM teams, the open category, I do believe the world's bids will be announced this afternoon as well.
Okay.
Now that both days the scores have been averaged. So the at-large, there's 2 of those, I believe, at least 1 partial paid bid that will be handed out to those teams that were competing for those.
Okay, well, we will have all of that coming up after the break. I'm just going to quickly ask the wonderful Spencer Burridge, what time are we expected to return Central? I believe it should be 3:44 p.m. about 3:40 p.m. Central. We might get started a little earlier again because Holly and I want to kind of break down what we're going to be seeing and just explain some of the divisions there. Otherwise, I'm Holly Warniak, Daniela Ponticelli. We are going to be back. Can't wait. Again, full slate to come, but so much excitement. We haven't seen these teams compete yet. This will be their first run through, their first time in front of the judges, and then again tomorrow we will get back to that. And Spencer has graciously said my times were correct, so about 3:40. Just stay tuned, keep the live stream going if you've got it. Thanks for joining us wherever you're from. This is the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic coming to you live from the Warman Home Center Communiplex. We will be right back after this break and see you at around 3:40 Central.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic. We're in day 2, Saturday, getting ready for session 5 of the competition. We've just wrapped up the final award session of today, but there will be some judges' breaks to come. We'll let you know. By the way, not even halfway through the routines. I've done a quick count. We've got more than 150 in total today. That just tells you the size and scope of this competition. Again, the biggest Warman Cheer Classic to date in 16 years. What a great return. Obviously last year there was the return post-COVID, but it was a much smaller competition as to be expected. And so to be back, more than 2,500 athletes across 5 provinces. We're going to get to see some more of those provincial representatives in a bit. But very quickly, Holly, let's talk about what just happened in that award session and the fact that we now have some at-large bids.
Yes, we do. So the award session for the POM sections, they awarded all of the dance bids that were available, which is one of the only ways in Saskatchewan you can get a world's bid for the dance world, which happens in tandem with the cheer worlds. So we got a partial paid bid, which is a little bit of money in the pockets of Desire from Boss Athletics, which is super exciting for them. Both teams from Alumni All-Stars, they got an at-large bid, as well as Gritters from Yorkton. So we'll have lots of Saskatchewan representation at Dance Worlds this year.
That's incredible. Again, that is held in Florida at Disney World. It'll be, you told me, at Epcot Center, the dance portion, and then there's the other cheer portion, which is just a super large-scale event. Again, congratulations, by the way, to everyone who's put forward a routine. I always say that, but it's extra, I guess. Congratulations to those who will be heading off to Worlds. And now the fundraising has already started for a number of these groups because they kind of knew that's what they were building towards. So very exciting time for those squads. We are going to get right to it. We're kicking off this session 5. Everything you're going to see from here on out will be the first time we've seen it at Warman Cheer Classic, meaning tomorrow they'll get their chance to do their routine again, much like the other teams today. And they'll get a chance to average out those scorecards and make a splash. Here we are again, Gritters cheerleading out of Yorkton. These are the Lady G's, U18 level 3.
This is the first time we'll see level 3 in the competition as well.
Wonderful, and Holly and I will discuss some of the technical aspects already. Gorgeous toe touch basket toss to start. That is how you open a session here at Warman Cheer Classic. Gritters cheerleading out of Yorkton, the Lady G's. U18 Level 3. Holly, you mentioned it. We haven't seen a Level 3 team yet. What are we looking at?
So yeah, you'll see there that toe touch basket toss. Instead of straight rides like in level 2, they'll be able to complete one skill. So we saw some full twists as well that I'm hoping to see here on the replay. But then different kinds of inversions here attached to someone on the floor below. A lot of
wow, those jumps.
Extended level stunts. You're going to see some fulls. You're going to see those tucks and tumbling. And I do believe, shy of if we missed anything kind of in the close-ups off camera, I do believe these girls came out, opened the session with a hit 0.
It looked clean, it looked great, and what a great routine. This is their day 1. They'll get a chance to run it again tomorrow, but wow, what a wonderful start. Love that little added difficulty to the extended liberty with the leg out, but a little pop out of it to land, and then again, great energy on the dance section to end the routine all the way through. We're getting set up now for level 4, which we'll break down after. Rebels cheerleading out of Regina Force, U18.
May the force be with you. The force is strong against one, so rebel force will dominate, stopping us from becoming Jedi. A long time ago, in the galaxy far away, there was and always will be us. A rebel force to believe until infinity. We will forever be. Do or do not. There is no try, and if you try to stop the force, you'll be denied. Show them how the force truly flies on the purple side. Let's take the force. They feel the force and know that I got this crazy high. So the fight is on, baby, when I'm they feel the force and know that I got this crazy high. It's my life, it's whatever brings you late at night. You think you got it, but our force is much greater. Headed in hyperspeed, see you later, baby. Everybody hang on, we're going into hyperspeed. Watch as the force takes the lead. Force for the win in the Star Wars, we're all in. Take me to a higher place. I just wanna fly away. And if you feel it in your heart, shoot up to the stars. The force is strong with this one. Got my lightsaber, got my droids too. Nothing can stop the force from overtaking you. All make the bass, what's up? Just feel the bass, just work that body, make sure you know hurt that body. Get wild and lose your mind. Welcome to the station. Force.
Wow, what a statement finish there by Rebels Cheerleading Athletics Force. And yes, I see you with the Star Wars references to the Force. Love all those details. Now, Holly, we'll break it down into some capacity. Of course, it's their first crack at competing this routine. They'll have another go tomorrow. And yes, there were a few things that didn't stick, but let's talk about what worked here.
Yeah, so they had a lot of really good variety. Things that did go and didn't go of level 4 skills. Some of the things that didn't go, it does become illegal if they kind of still go for it, even if one side of the pyramid is down. But overall, I think this routine tomorrow, because I have no doubt in my mind they hit this routine all the time.
Yes.
That tomorrow, kind of with that first stage jitters out of the way, we're going to see a phenomenal clean routine out of this team tomorrow.
Love that moment again. A leapfrog. We've seen it in some of the lower levels, but you can elevate it now. And this was great too. That pyramid structure there. We're already moving on. Prairie Fire Cheerleading out of Saskatoon. Code Red. They're U18 level 3. Fire cheerleading, my goodness, absolutely crushed that level 3 routine. Let's take a look at it. Break it all down here, Holly. I mean, I love that they maxed out their stunting. I lost track of how many stunts they were throwing, and from what I could tell, they hit all of them.
It's definitely not hard to see with the level that they just pulled this routine off that they were awarded a bid to the summit, which is something we'll talk about a little bit in some of these younger teams. As far as what they were able to accomplish in this routine with how many athletes they had and just the skill level, while also being able to nail it, no surprise to me why they got a bid to the summit.
It's going to be great to see what they could possibly improve on. Again, Prairie Fire is now sort of behind the scenes having another look at that routine while we get set up here on the main stage. Infinity Athletics out of Moose Jaw, Shooting Stars, U16 level 4. Infinity Athletics out of Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. My goodness, what a statement. Level 4, U16.
They had a lot, and this will be part of their scorecard. The percentage of your athletes you have doing those level 4 tumbling skills, that is a piece of your scorecard. You can have 1 or 2 people doing them, but you are going to score higher the more athletes you have doing that, and they had a lot of tumbling.
And the jumps, again, you actually didn't see the herky that they pulled. Everything was like nicely height-wise leveled out. And even in moments where things were maybe a little shaky on the stunts, they still really pulled it off. Check out these basket tosses. And again, always room for like slight improvements, but we're here to look at what worked. And I mean, again, height on basket tosses is huge because then those flyers can really pull those stunts even more. But wow, Infinity Athletics, that was a really fun routine, a really solid routine to get things going. Again, all these teams will get to do their routines again tomorrow and average out their scores, and they're starting off really strong. Northern Cheerleading All-Stars out of Fort McMurray, Alberta, the Ice Queens. This is their U18 level 3 team. The Northern Cheerleading All-Stars Ice Queens out of Fort McMurray, Alberta. There's a lot stacked into that routine, Holly. One thing that I'm not surprised by, the great tumbling skills, because we saw that displayed in some individual routines yesterday from this club, and we saw it again. I will say timing. That'll be something they'll just need to finesse a little bit tomorrow.
Yes, definitely. But they had a lot, like you said, packed into this routine. And that's the thing, is going from kind of our earlier sessions to these ones, there's never a dull moment. There's always something going on.
You've got to maximize every second safely, make it make sense. I did like some of their pyramid sequencing, that they pulled off some really interesting and difficult skills. What a treat, though, so far to start session 5. We knew we would see that level up. It just happens when you go from, you know, the school levels into this kind of all-star. Also, the amount of time that's given to these teams, right, when you commit to an all-star team. I don't know what your experience was like. Mine, we used to maybe stack it in 1 or 2 days, but they were like hefty practice times, right, broken down. So lots of commitment and time here. So far, though, when we talk about the different stunts, I love to break down a basket toss because we say it a lot. But what are the elements of a basket toss? By the way, it's called that because of the way your hands are locked in.
Yeah, you look like a basket.
So you make a little basket, yes. So, well, of course, now we got to keep moving on because these routines as well, Holly will mention this, they are now your full-length routines, right?
Yeah, so we're looking at 2.5-minute routines in some of these ones here. A little later in this session, we'll get to 2-minute routines because they'll be the non-tumbling division, so kind of 30 seconds taken out of there.
And 4.2, again, we'll touch on this right after Boss Athletics Bombshells finish. They are the open 4.2. Boss Athletics out of Regina, opening things up in the 4.2 level, Holly, and of course that .2 referring to the fact that you can keep your tumbling, I believe, at a level 2.
Yeah, it's the only category that it kind of has a different level of stunting to the tumbling, other than the .0 teams where we'll see they have no tumbling at all. So level 4 stunts, and then level 2 tumbling, and this category's been around for a long time.
Yes,
but
yeah.
Boss, putting on just a total display of what this is supposed to look like.
Exactly. You're maximizing what you can get at the level 2 tumbling, and then of course executing on the level 4 stunts. And you know what? That is such a hard position sometimes as a coach to be in too, when you know you've got level 4 tumbling, for example, but can you meet level 4 stunting? Right? It's all about finding that and then trying to explain to your athletes, hey, we're going to have to keep it back to a level 3. That doesn't mean you're not good enough to do level 4 things, but you want to execute and be clean, of course. You want to be the top and the best, and that's what you want to put forward. But so far, I've enjoyed all these routines. Let's quickly circle back to Prairie Fire Cheerleading Code Red. You said that they had been already extended an invitation to this summit. Tell me more about that.
Yeah, so that's more kind of the junior, senior, youth categories. It's kind of like a mini Worlds for all of the younger teams. And it generally happens same place as Worlds, just the weekend after. So there's a couple of teams that we'll see, and I'll call them out as we see them throughout the this session here and later on, that have already won their summit bid. So they just have to do the same thing as the Worlds team, fundraise your money, be able to go. You get to compete on the same stage as the elite level Worlds teams do the weekend before. So it's very exciting. And yeah, Prairie Fire, great team. Obviously, we saw why they were awarded that bid at Imagine.
100%. I'm still trying to break down everything I even saw in that routine. It was so wild, but I love it. It was all well executed. Actually, we're going to see the next team. We have a slight little break here, but the next team, Prairie Fire Cheerleading Hot Shots, open 4.2. Holly and I are going to take a very quick break. We're going to be back again, break down some of the skills, and we will get to see these routines again tomorrow, where we'll kind of further break down some of the things. But hopefully you're following along and enjoying this as much as we are. You are watching the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic, coming to you live from Warman, Saskatchewan. We'll be right back. And we are back. Prairie Fire Cheerleading Hot Shots, open 4.2. That's why we had a very quick break, because the only other 4.2 team just went. That was the Boss Athletics Bombshell. So back-to-back, same judges. Needed a quick little breather space there. Prairie Fire Cheerleading. Saskatoon's Prairie Fire cheerleading Hot Shots open 4.2. And again, Prairie Fire bringing so much energy to every aspect of this routine. Loved how many twist ups. We got to see some really great single leg stunts. It's what you're allowed to do in level 4. You have to maximize it.
Prairie Fire always has amazing jumps as well. I'm just going to say that.
Yes. And again, it just comes down to how you drill those elements of your routine and put a focus on it. But this moment here, so much sassiness, yeah, selling it. I love this too because that is deceptively hard. When you're connecting backwards with the arms like that, your center of gravity is in a different spot, and they made it look effortless. And their dance sequence too, I saw some really great acrobatic moves individually. I love that, right? Like, if you can find ways to maximize those individual strengths while still making it work with the team, that's what you're looking for. Okay, so coming up next, Premier Academy Bonnyville, we saw a number of their individual routines, some duos yesterday, if I remember correctly. Intensity, this is their U16 level 3 team. So we will get ready. I believe they're actually ready to take the stage right now here at the Warman Cheer Classic. So some of these teams, they were here yesterday. They watched some of the competitors already, but this is their first time taking the big stage. Premier Academy Bonnieville, Intensity. There's so much to break down here, Holly. I mean, one of the notes I made was just their use of inversions, but that was such a lovely straight right basket. I just kind of wish they were more in the light. Again, it's so tricky on the stage to know how to space out, but you want to be right in the light to showcase that for the judges. Either way, you couldn't really miss it. And their stunts, solid. Again, towards the end, there were bobbles. Some things didn't quite hit, but that's why tomorrow's here as well.
Yeah, no, they had a lot of really great transitions. You don't want a lot of dead space, dead time in your routine, and there was always something going on in this routine, which made it just so fun to watch. That fun little transition in the dance there.
And just jam-packed with stunting, honestly. Like the fact that you're hitting your pyramids later on in your routine, again, that just ups the degree of difficulty because you're already giving it all, and it just, wow, 2.5 minutes. Honestly, one thing that came to my mind was just coaches have such a great cheerleading IQ. They get that you need those moments, those wow factors of bringing a flyer one way and another. And again, we're going to see this throughout these great routines, but just really wonderful work there. Central cheer out of Winnipeg, I do believe, yes, out of Winnipeg. Pretty Kitties, this is their U6 level 1, so we're going back to the littles. Central cheer out of Winnipeg, Manitoba. My goodness, Pretty Kitties, your U6 Level 1 team. I can't stop smiling. This team knows how to perform, execute. I recognize one of those little athletes from yesterday's indie routines.
Yeah, no, so these under 6 teams here in level 1, whereas we saw kind of novice and prep before, this would be the full 2.5-minute routine at this age category at this level. And I think they did an awesome job using all that floor, considering how teeny tiny they are.
How little they are, and they weren't too shy to come right up into the light in front so that, you know, the judges can see them all the way back there. Nice. Very appropriate finish for that. We're already moving on to the next one here. Prairie Fire cheerleading out of Saskatoon. We've seen a number of their teams already, but this is Wildfire, their U16 Level 3 team. Code Red, by the way, the earlier one invited to the summit was their U18 Level 3, so the same level, just a different age range. Prairie Fire cheerleading, in my opinion, does it again. Wildfire coming out strong with this level 3 routine. Again, the tumbling is on point. Loving the transitions.
It is a sign of a really good club when you have a lot of teams that are this large and everyone's at level. Nobody wants to see a team come out and you kind of have one stunt group that can do something.
Oh, let me just look at those Scorpions again. Oh, they're so nice.
And all the time they come out with these great routines with such large teams and just everybody's executing everything so well.
You can tell. And everyone feels confident in their stunts. I never felt like there was one group that looked even remotely rocky. Again, maybe that's what's happening in there, but if we can't see it, that's good news, right? We're way back where the judges are. And again, I just love that finish. The levels taking over the whole floor when you have the opportunity to do that. Oh, very nice work. Again, level 3, there's so much creativity. We saw it with level 1, how creative you can be with the sort of limitations you have on the height. There was another moment in there that really caught my attention, but just overall the Flyers' confidence. And this isn't just for Prairie Fire, but that's what we're seeing, right? When we're like, why does that work and that doesn't work? I also want to give credit to the QP. I'm a big fan of the QP, just the legs together look. Again, it's all intentional, right? Because it is easier when you've got a nice under your hips kind of stance, right? When you're up in the, as a Flyer. Again, I wasn't a Flyer, so kudos to everyone who's brave and going up in the air. I was happy to be on the ground. Happy to be a base. All right, up next, Alberta Cheer Empire. We have not seen them yet. This is Regal U8A. So slightly smaller squad, level 1.
A little hiccup with the music. They'll just get reset.
That is the first time, though, Holly, that we've had that. Alberta Chair Empire Regal. That was U8A level 1. And Holly, I just, again, so impressed. The cleanliness, the composure, the confidence from this team.
Yeah, that was a really well choreographed level 1 routine and well executed. The timing on level 1 skills is so hard to get in tumbling, and they just absolutely nailed it. They were all perfectly in time with each other.
Look at that. You can tell that tumbling is, I would imagine, is what they're very confident in, but they're stunting as well. I love this moment. They did a little ripple effect with a heel stretch, so they showcased their flexibility, and of course, added in some great facials as well.
Overall, a great routine, a great first showing from Alberta Cheer Empire.
They have to feel good. Again, I can't get over the fact under 8, and they're already that solid and together as a team. Love to see it. Okay, we're going to have the briefest of breaks. Holly and I will be right back when we regroup with Central Cheer Glitter Kitties. That's their U8A team, also level 1. We'll be right back here. Don't go anywhere. It's the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic. nearly halfway through session 5. It's been so much fun. Again, these routines, we have not seen them yet at the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic. Central Cheer out of Winnipeg, Manitoba, Glitter Kitties U8A Level 1.
You see the sparkle, yeah, you see the glow. It's the glitter kitties that we're putting on the show. 2 or 4, stand up, hey, yo, get your hands up. Glitter kitties in the house, 2 or 4, run them out. Let's go viral, let's go viral, let's go viral. Break it out. I know you see that sparkle, you feel it in the air. Glitter kitties coming through, you can't help but stare. Blue and black, let's go, it's time to start the show. 2 or 4, what you know? Central Cheer, what it do? Glitter kitties looking fly, and you know we coming through. Up in this blue and black, you about to get scratched. And on the floor, watch this glitter from the scratch. Yeah. Glitter kitties, we know we're fierce and pretty. We on the stage classic, we looking so pretty. When you get on the stage, sit down, you can't get with me. Don't you let me walk away, oh no. If you know like I know, you won't let her take my place, oh no. Let's 204, we fire it up, let's go. Glitter kitties hit the scene and we take control. Take control, say it now, let them know. I want this one out of all these girls. Take control, say it now, let them know. I want this one out of all these girls. Glitter kitties.
Central Cheer, Glitter Kitties U8A Level 1. So much fun. Can't stop smiling, as always, watching this age group. But really, what kept going through my mind, Holly, is Central Cheer clearly has a really great development program. They are very strong in getting this love of cheerleading and the fundamentals kind of down pat early on.
Yes, most definitely. They had a lot of creativity too. So those foundations, it lets the coaches be able to create a really fun routine that is appealing to watch as a spectator. Whereas, you know, instead of getting in and out just one way, when your athletes are so well-rounded in kind of those earlier stages, it just allows you to be really free with your choreography.
And such a clean routine. When we talk about clean, we're talking about there's no wonky wobbles. Everything is with intention. Everything is exactly how it's laid out. I love finally getting a crowd shot here in Warman. It has been busy, which is what we expected. Day 2, of course, you have just a full day of cheerleading. So great to see. So many in the crowd, of course, supporting. We also appreciate everyone who is watching from wherever they're watching from. I know there's some folks in Ontario dialed in right now. Of course, this, the biggest Warman Cheer Classic ever, spanning 5 provinces from east to west: Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, BC. Holly, it's been fantastic. And we're moving right along now back in Saskatchewan from Regina. Rebels Cheerleading Athletics, it's showdown, their U16 Level 3 team. think the crowd is saying it all here in Warman. Rebels cheerleading.
Putting on an
Showdown.
absolute seminar.
Ooh, okay, let's dig into it, Holly. I mean, there's so much we're not going to be able to touch on today, but just these moments and the Flyers, their confidence, again, does start with the bases, knowing exactly what to do and holding it down.
I do have written down, and someone from Rebels can correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe they also have a summit bid.
Wonderful.
And if they don't, they should, because this was an absolute phenomenal routine.
So well executed this moment. I mean, there were TikToks on TikToks on TikToks, the scales. I loved how they maximized this pyramid, Holly. That's what you want to see. Straight ride baskets, by the way, difficult because you got to really push that extra height.
And then add the twist in there.
Yes, and then add the twist. I know, it's little delicate subtleties that are so difficult. Loved it. It was so much fun to see. We're already moving on to the next one. Can't say enough, though, about that. We'll go back to some of the skills and all of that moving up. But Gritters cheerleading out of Yorkton. This is Spiral, their U8A Level 1 team. Gritters cheerleading Spiral. Oh, gosh. So much energy, start to finish. Again, level 1. It's where you get to have a little bit of fun. You got to keep things sort of at a lower level, but I like that. You know, just something different. We haven't seen that from any other team.
Yeah, they had a lot of creativity and a lot of variety. Again, not a large team, but being able to get creative and how many Flyers you can get up in the air. Some of those were single base. At that age, that's so impressive.
Love it. This moment was also nice. Again, very confident, and that's what you want. If you have that level 1 team that just comes out and they know, we're going to hit this, we're going to crush it. I love the pyramid. I thought that was really well done. I was very impressed actually by some of the motion work there because, again, very intentional. Those are difficult elements of any routine, and so they're going to have a look back at it. Next up, by the way, we're going back to a level 3. Now, Holly and I kind of started talking about basket tosses, but the reason why I want to talk about that is it is not like any of the other sort of stunt work that happens in cheerleading, because you have to be so dialed in with your partner. You both need to go up. And what else would you say adds to the difficulty of a basket toss?
Well, it's a totally free flight thing. So as far as setting your feet in, having your bases throw you evenly to get you up in the air, there's a lot of little pieces that one thing off and something could go wrong. So you all have to be working so cohesively together in order to get that up there.
And we've seen some phenomenal basket tosses going so high. This is Boss Athletics Vogue U16 Level 3. Boss Athletics out of Regina, Saskatchewan. Vogue, their U16 Level 3 team, Holly.
Yes, one thing that I've come to notice that Boss obviously is doing a lot of work on is the timing on their tumbling is just immaculate. Because you're going to have a lot of girls who are a little bit taller, a little bit shorter, and so being able to time all of those people the way that they do in all of their tumbling was just so amazing.
And making every moment count. That is a great example, not just the jumps, but even that one base dropping down to the floor to be that floor level base. It's so intentional. I love moments like that.
So right here, everyone lifts, everyone lands, all at the same time.
Strong piece, of course, room for minor improvements. Every single routine has them. And so they'll be able to take that and grow from it. But what a phenomenal day one for them. This is day 2 of the competition, but day 1 for Boss Athletics. We're already moving on to the next one. Alberta Cheer Empire. They had a great younger squad. This again is a younger squad, but it's U8B, so slightly larger team. Alberta Cheer Empire Prestige. That was so fun. But you know what, Holly? All I could keep thinking of is this is a great example. This team is a great example of seeing the foundation of cheerleading in action and how you level up and get to these elite teams that we're also seeing in the same session.
Yes, they had a lot of really good, like you said, foundation skills that are going to build into, this program has all the way up to world teams. They're from Edmonton. But you can see they start off just even in the young kids, making sure everything is clean, precise, safe. That's another important thing, is making sure that you're responsible for your flyers. And I think they did a really, really great job of showing like just how much they're able to crush this routine.
And moving on to the next one, Infinity Athletics Supernovas out of Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan, U12 Level 3. We had a chance to see a team from Infinity Shooting Stars U16 Level 3, so same level, but this is their under 12s. Infinity Athletics Supernovas. Again, an U12 team.
I was going to say, they're the only level 3 team in the under 12 category. And
wow.
they showed that they are totally capable of pulling off a fantastic level 3 routine.
I love that. I mean, that's what I love about the level system, right? That it's not really about the age, because a lot of these cheerleaders are starting so young, and you can see, though, wow, the experience, this team very composed during competition. Again, effortless. That's what we're looking for.
Love that like little transition here into the lib.
And a twist up lib too, you know, maximizing every moment. I like that too. Okay, we're not going to just settle in one spot. We're going to move the whole group over. It's all of that just makes it so good. All right, just a quick preview of what's still to come, folks. Rebels cheerleading out of Regina. Mini Mafia, their U8B is next. And then Alberta Cheer Empire, who we've seen from Edmonton. Their Relentless Open NT Level 3. What does that mean, Open NT?
So that's the non-tumbling category.
Non-tumbling, of
yeah,
course.
So they'll have a little bit of a shorter routine, just no tumbling in there.
Okay, that makes sense. Actually, in the word relentless, the N and the T are capitalized. So there you go. We'll go right to it because I hear the big voice, T-Bone, bringing us in here at the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic. And it'll be Rebels cheerleading taking the floor. Mini Mafia, U8B. Again, impressed as always by these young cheerleaders who compete so fiercely, so cleanly. I mean, it makes sense. You don't just come to Warman Cheer Classic for fun a little bit, but mostly to compete and show what you've got, and they did just that. Rebels Cheerleading Athletics out of Regina.
Yeah, another stunning routine from Rebels. I love that we're seeing a lot of these kinds of stunts here in level 1. Just gives you a little bit of variety.
I mean, that's the challenge. Coaches, choreographers, you get it, right? You want to do something a little different every time. And they delivered. It's so clean. I love it. I mean, that's a routine that an age group even a little bit higher could co-opt and use, right? It's just wonderful. So they were at a 3.0. Oh, no, sorry. That was level 1. Next is 3.0, which is what Holly was talking about, the non-tumbling group. So this routine will be a little shorter. Alberta Cheer Empire out of Edmonton, Relentless, their open non-tumbling team, level 3.0. Alberta Cheer Empire, Relentless. Oh, that was so fun. And Holly, Alberta Cheer Empire proving once again, clearly their system works. We've seen it from their younger teams now all the way to a bit of an older age group, the open, non-tumbling group, and wow, just impressive that their stamp, their club stamp is on everything.
Definitely. The one thing I did like about this routine too is there is no set structure that you have to do, like your jumps and your tumbling and your pyramid in what order. They opened with pyramid, which I thought was so fun because that will stay with people. People are like, oh yeah, that was the team that did it a little bit differently. And I thought it was so fun. So yeah, in that routine too, the 3.0, we'll see jumps still. We won't see any of the tumbling.
Yes.
So those routines will be a little bit shorter, but another phenomenal routine from Alberta Cheer Empire showing once again how to do it.
And there's no right way or wrong way, as Holly was saying, of setting up your routine. Again, there is quite a degree of difficulty having a pyramid to start because you need to make sure that you're so confident you're going to hit that, because if that goes off, it could set the tone in a bad way. But again, loved it. They nailed it. It was so clean. Again, that's what we're looking for. Clean, clean, clean. No wobbles, no just being unsure, right?
It was all very confident. You could just tell we've hit this a million times, and we're going to show you just how easy it is to do it.
So easy, even though it's not. Even though we know better. We are heading into the final, let me count them, 6 routines of this session, session 5, and then there will be a judges break. So no more award sessions, but a decent judges break before getting right back into it after. So moving on, Prairie Fire Cheerleading out of Saskatoon. This is Firecrackers, their U8B team level 1. Another great, vibrant, dynamic routine out of Prairie Fire Cheerleading. This one, of course, their U8, under 8s B team. And B not referring to their level. This is all just a way to break down some of the U8 teams from the smaller squads to the larger squads.
Yeah, you'll get scored on kind of how your percentage of skills that you have going at one time. So obviously a team of 8 can't compete against a team that has 24 athletes. So
Yes.
they just split them up that way, which is also awesome to see because that just means the sport of cheerleading has gotten so big that we have to split it by size.
Exactly, and I can tell you that former me, when I used to cheerlead, would be very grateful for having some of those rules in place because sometimes you are on a team that's small, and they did such a great job. Loved it. All right, we're going to see another non-tumbling routine ahead. Airborne Athletics out of Weyburn. This is their Doves team. Open, non-tumbling, 3.0. Airborne Athletics, again out of Weyburn, Saskatchewan. That was their non-tumbling routine. So a little bit shorter, but again jam-packed, right? Because now you take the tumbling portion out. And the big focus is on jumps and stunting.
They had a lot of really good moments in here. And I'm hoping that we'll get to, let's see in here. It's really hard to fill out the floor as far as being like kind of a 2 group stunt size team. But I think they did a really good job of kind of giving us a little bit of variety as well as kind of using the floor. They started the whole routine kind of off to the left a little bit, which people might look at that and be like, are they lined up properly? No, it's just a different way to start and kind of gives it a little bit of pizzazz that you don't start in the middle like everybody else did.
Yeah, I mean, one great thing is if you have been watching the last several routines, you've seen lots of variety in terms of just the formations. I'm always impressed those like little changes, right? Okay, we're just going to put this on a diagonal and have, you know, our flyers actually looking forward or perhaps also looking on a diagonal. All of that just changes the entire look and gives the judges something visually different, which is so exciting. That was Airborne Athletics. Doves up next will be Infinity Athletics out of Moose Jaw. It's their Comets U8B Level 1. After that, Toxic Elite Cheerleading out of Medicine Hat. Their Toxic team, hey, namesake team there, will take to the stage. That will also be an open non-tumbling team. And then Warman Ultimate will be back. Rubies, their U8C team. All right, so much to look forward to. Again, taking the stage now, Infinity Athletics out of Moose Jaw. Their Comets U8B team. Athletics Comets.
Another thing I'm noticing out of
Yes.
Infinity Athletics is their attention to detail on tumbling. From their level 1 all the way up to the level 4 that we've seen in this session, absolutely phenomenal timing.
Let's take another look. See it right off the start. I mean, when you know that that's your strength, you're going to showcase it right from the get-go. I love moments like that too. Again, adding in that lateral movement, but giving it something extra, and then right from the ground up. So impressive.
They had one moment too where they had a straddle come all the way up from the floor up into a prep level stunt, which is so difficult. And then you think about these athletes being under 8.
Under 8 and very poised, very with it. They're competitors already. By the way, just 2 more routines to go before our first judges break of day 2. And then we head into session 6 of the competition. 2 more sessions to go, folks. I'm having a great time, Holly.
Me too.
Holly Warniak, Danielle Ponticelli, thank you so much for joining us, our great crew at Access Now Sports, and I will give them a shout out. I need to make sure I have everyone's names before I do that, because there's a great crew working behind the scenes making this all possible. So up next, oh, by the way, 3 more to go, not 2. Where am I? Getting ahead of myself. Toxic Elite Cheerleading out of Medicine Hat. This is their Toxic Team Open Non-Tumbling 3.0. Super fun and really strong start. Holly, I was left with such a great impression from this. A nice little pop-up, all very controlled. And then it just kind of kept going from there. Sure, there were some bobbles later on in their routine. They'll get another run through again, just like all of the teams we've seen so far.
They had some really great moments. That from the ground all the way up to the top in their pyramids. They had some great creativity. I loved this.
And again, the control. Yeah. We haven't really seen many sort of paper doll type stunts. Again, really nice basket toss, great height. They also did a series of basket tosses, which I appreciate, because when you have several basket tosses all together, as Holly knows, being a base, you have to make sure that you are pulling up and hitting a straight vertical. There's no room to go a little bit right or a little left. It is all exposed, right? So just adds to that degree of difficulty when you start to pair them all together like that. Great effort there by Toxic Elite Cheerleading. Up next will be the hometown Warman Elite Cheerleading. Their Rubies team, it's U8, now letter C. So I'm assuming an even larger squad.
Large squad,
It's
yep.
getting bigger and bigger. Still level 1, and then we'll cap this session with Explosion Cheer Academy out of Lloydminster. And that's their Annihilation team. It's open level 3. So again, open just refers to the ages. Just means it's an open age category before we take that judges break. Again, thank you to everyone for joining us. Holly Warniak, Daniela Ponticelli, Access Now Sports making this available all on YouTube all weekend long. And it's going to live there forever. So you can come back, watch your favorite moments, take note of it all, maybe go back to some of the other routines you might have missed but then heard about. That's how it works with these competitions. Warman Ultimate Cheerleading Rubies U8 C1. Warman Ultimate Cheerleading Rubies U8 team. Oh, you could just tell they were so ready to get out on the floor and deliver this routine. Again, really great use of tumbling, changing the formations there. Clean lines on those formations, Holly.
They had a lot of really fun transitions from libs with heel stretches straight into that straddle sit, right into pyramid, and then turning it around and just giving it something different in this pyramid.
And anytime you start to move a stunt, again, that takes a little bit of a degree of difficulty, making sure you're timed now as a unit because you're moving it in a pyramid, all of that. And then great use of the floor here to really stretch that final position there right at the end. Okay, so one more in this session to go. Explosion Cheer Academy Annihilation, open level 3, then we'll take a judge's break. And by the way, we have now seen more than 90 routines so far today, and we still have a few more to go. Just 2 more sessions until the end of day 2. Of course, we're going to see these routines again tomorrow. Right now, Warman Ultimate Cheerleading getting a chance to review the routine they just did. It's all to help them get better when they do run their routine again tomorrow, and then the judges, of course, average those scores. So There was, for example, a bobble in one of the opening stunts in that routine. So I get a chance to redo tomorrow. All right, Holly, let's get to it. The final routine of session 5.
And our
Explosion Cheer Academy.
And our only open level 3 team. All the other open level 3 teams we've seen were non-tumbling. We'll see some level 3 tumbling out of this team.
Ooh, I'm excited. Explosion Cheer Academy Annihilation. We did get to see that level 3 tumbling right off the start, actually, Holly.
They had massive height on all of their level 3 skills. That's the thing with those backtalks in level 3. You don't want to see them just kind of clearing the ground. You want to see them way up high. It sets that standard for when you start moving into level 4 skills.
And then they finish it off with a toe touch, too, which, again, adds to the difficulty.
And you can check out all the photos.
Their jumps very clean. I mean, it's kind of what I expect from the tumbling, tumbling heavy, is that you understand the importance of height and using the legs to really lift yourself in that moment.
They did have a couple bobbles, but the thing that I appreciated about this team is that they didn't let it show on their face. And the flyers, when things aren't maybe they're supposed to be hitting at extension or kind of sitting at prep, you don't give up. You keep fighting. You keep trying to hit the next count or whatever comes next, and they did a really great job of that.
Honestly, some of the most impressive teams and moments are those little unsung hero moments. In fact, I had a conversation with a parent earlier on today. I won't mention what team, but they had to completely redo their pom group because someone was injured. That happens, by the way. I feel like every cheerleader in the history of cheerleading has been to a competition where all of a sudden an hour before you're having to rework things. But I said, you would never know that happened because nobody else let it phase them. Now with stunting, that can create quite a massive hole on your team, but either way, you're still having to work around it. So again, even whether that's the situation or it is a stunt gone a little bit wonky, not what you planned, if you don't tell anyone with your face and your reaction, nobody really knows. I mean, the judges might have a good sense, but the fans certainly don't. The overall impression still remains. Okay. Holly and I are going to take a little break. I'm going to rest
Stretch
my
our
voice.
legs.
Yes, stretch our legs. We've been sitting for a little bit here. This is a judges break, and when we return, the first three on deck. Rebels Cheerleading Athletics, Notorious, under 12, level 2. Then Deep Blue Athletics out of Spruce Grove, Alberta. We have not seen them yet. They will take the stage. I mean, we haven't seen any of these routines yet, but we haven't seen this club yet. Sea Stars, U8C level 1, and then Northern Cheerleading All-Stars, Avalanche U12 level 2. All right, Holly, lots in store. As mentioned, we've crossed the point where we're nearing about 100 routines. We haven't hit there quite yet, but it's all coming up. Session 6, day 2, still ahead. According to our notes, that'll regroup around 5:44 Central. We'll be here a little bit earlier, a couple minutes earlier to get you set for that. So exciting. Daniela Ponticelli, Holly Warniak, our great team with Access Now Sports. We'll be right back live from the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic. Welcome back to the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic, taking the main stage right now. Rebels Cheerleading Athletics out of Regina, notorious U12 Level 2. Return from a judge's break to a really great routine from Rebels Cheerleading, but we can't ignore the fact that a shoe came flying off. There was a bit of a gasp from the crowd. Yes, that's right. One of these tremendous cheerleaders continued on with just one shoe. This goes to show when you're dialed in for competition, you'll see it through, but there's the loose shoe on the ground. Thankfully, no one stepped on it. They were able to remove it off the mat. Doesn't take away, sorry Holly, does not take away from the great routine that we saw.
If anything, it adds to it. The matter of fact of running around with one shoe, feeling like you're all off kilter, and she kept tumbling and doing all of her stuff, and that's what you want to do. That's what you kind of try to instill in your athletes, that something might go wrong, but just, you know, put a smile on, keep going, keep doing what you know you can do.
In fact, it took Holly and I a long time to figure out whose shoe was missing, because they did such a great job of just carrying on. As is up next from Bruce Grove, Alberta, Deep Blue Athletics Sea Stars. This is the U8C Level 1.
happiness till the night dies.
What a great debut for the club, Deep Blue Athletics, Sea Stars. The first time we've seen this club at Warman Cheer Classic this year. He stepped out so strong. Again, the control, that's what we're looking for. Really great way to work all the angles on the tumbling from the back bends and the over. And what a great little saddle strip sit.
Yeah, no, I cannot get over so many of these clubs getting that level 1 tumbling so in time. So tricky.
Just understanding, right, what your coaches are asking for. And I loved how they made this pyramid and actually another pyramid that really seems so full. They added in some levels just below it, and it just made it look like a really wow moment. We're already moving on. Northern Cheerleading All-Stars Avalanche U12 Level 2 here in Warman. We are moving right along. Now, earlier I had said that we had 2 more sessions. We had 2 more groupings because technically there's no awards break. So this is all part of the same session. We just had some judges break. So this is just a continuation. Northern Cheerleading All-Stars out of Fort McMurray, Alberta. My goodness. I love what they delivered here. A level 2 routine. Lots of tumbling, my goodness. But the stunting, too, really delivered on some really great moments.
A lot of really fun transitions. Again, not trying to just go straight to a stand, go straight up,
Yes.
come straight down. Being really creative in how you get up and down. And I thought they had a lot of really fun, cool transitions.
And great resiliency. Again, that is something to be given credit when it comes to cheerleading. Sure, something was a little wobbly, maybe didn't quite hit how you would hoped. But again, you leave the judges with that lasting impression at the very end to just make it, straight finesse. Again, these teams will get a chance to come back tomorrow. And that is, when we move over to the next page, we're not going to touch this page tonight. This is what's left in a really, really great day here in Warman. It has been so fun. The crowds have been pretty steady, quite full here inside the Warman Homes Center Communiplex. And that's saying something because the weather outside has not been great, and there's a storm in southern Saskatchewan as well. So great to see everybody make it here safely, which is fantastic. And we're going to move right along into the next routine. Premier Academy Fort McMurray Equinox. This is their U8C squad, level 1. The crowd loves it here in Warman. You can feel it. Premier Academy Fort McMurray. It's Equinox, their U8C team. Level 2. Level 1, my apologies. Thank you, Holly. I saw level 2 on the one below. Level 1, but again, they executed so well. I like that. What a great creative way to move some stunts a little differently.
And like you had mentioned earlier, once you start moving that stunt, that's when things can get a little bit wobbly, but everybody stayed up and it was very secure.
And again, it's moments like that that make me smile. Moments like this where they execute a really nice pyramid in a controlled and safe manner, right? That is what we want to instill in young cheerleaders across Canada, across the U.S., across the world. So great to see. A reminder, you are watching the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic, the biggest version of this competition ever. More than 2,500 athletes across 5 provinces. And in a way, I still feel like we barely scratched the surface because we do have quite a few more teams to get through tonight. And then again, these teams will have a chance to run their competitive routines again tomorrow, average out the scores, and get their awards tomorrow. So today we're done for awards. It's all about the judges and what they're going to look at in this first crack at these routines. So far, Holly, in this sort of second half of the day, what are you liking out of these teams?
I'm loving the energy. Every single team that's come on, from the little ones until up to the open teams, from level 1 to level 3, level 4, the energy has been electric, and the crowd is definitely feeding off of it for sure. They're getting into it.
And you need that. I mean, we are not the only ones who have been here since the start of the day. There's fantastic volunteers in so many capacities. I am not going to do justice if I try to name off some of the roles these folks are filling. There's also the great vendors who are here, the judges themselves. Everyone is putting in long hours, so we need that energy, and that's what you get from being here and getting to witness all of this. Just love to see it. So up next, we'll just do a quick little 3-act preview here. Gritters cheerleading out of Yorkton, their Spike team, U12 level 2. Oh hey, I can hear them being introduced, but very quickly, Boss Athletics will be back along with Infinity Athletics as we continue on day 2 here, the Warman Cheer Classic. So on stage right now, Gritters cheerleading Spike. Gritters cheerleading out of Yorkton, their U12. This one is definitely a level 2 team. Holly, can't mistake that. Starts right away with some really powerful stunts to open. I love the control. And yeah, again, that, I mean, we say it a lot, the creativity, but that is a credit to the coaches, right? The way that you've choreographed it and laid it all out. I also love how the Flyers keep saying, hey, look at this. Look at this heel stretch. Look at this arabesque.
Look at this
bow and arrow right there. That's when you bring the arm through. So nice.
Yeah, I will never get sick of watching routines from Yorkton, because this was another brilliant routine of just absolute cleanliness, at-level skills, great creativity.
And again, that's what it's all about, right? You want to set the tone. Obviously, you want to hit it perfect day 1, but you can still take the time regroup, come back tomorrow, you get that second crack at it, and then you can see the Gritters kind of lining up to take a look back at their routine that they just took the stage with. So up next will be Boss Athletics out of Regina, their Craze team. It's a U8C level one team, and then Infinity Athletics from Moose Jaw. Their Invaders team is U12 level 2. And then Thunder Bay, I do believe our first Ontario club that we've seen, Superior Cheerleading Huntress. That's their U12A team level 1, so much in store. Love to see it. Okay, but right now, back to the present moment, Boss Athletics. If you haven't figured it out, they like pink. That is the color of this squad through all of their levels. Boss Athletics, and you can hear all the supporters of Boss Athletics in the crowd from Regina. So that's their Craze team, U8C. Nice large team, Holly.
Yes, definitely. And I think I really enjoyed watching them is they have great showmanship. Their flyers were giving great facials, their bases, everything throughout. It was just so much fun to watch them.
And again, it's all about incorporating skills to maximize your level. And they did just that. In that Boss style, they are all about the sharp motions, hard hitting. You see that through every single one of their teams. Fantastic. If you missed it earlier, their open palm team, Desire, actually managed to get a partial paid bid to Worlds because I believe they were already set to go, right?
Yeah, generally when clubs are developing teams, it's like the goal of this team is to go to Worlds. So obviously you want to try and get that partial paid bid so you get a little bit of money. But you kind of go into the season knowing, okay, we're going to have to fundraise a little bit of money and we're going to try and get a bid to go to Worlds.
Yeah, and they managed to do that earlier. They weren't the only ones. Of course, Alumni All-Stars, their dance teams, Royals and Rain, they are through as well. And Gritters, we've been talking about them, the Yorkton Club, their palm team also got an at-large bid. So congratulations again to those teams. And just congratulations to everyone who rounded out the palm categories, the dance. Oh, absolutely wonderful. We were treated to just the best choreography, clean routines. University of Saskatchewan, of course, also putting in not only a palm routine, but also a cheer routine, all of that. So we're already moving on, as I keep saying. A Moose Jaw now. Infinity Athletics Invaders. This is their U12 Level 2 team. Again, a club that we've seen a number of teams come out of. They've been shining today so far. We'll see how their U12s do. Infinity Athletics out of Moose Jaw. Their U12 team, Invaders, Level 2.
We've got a white SUV
And
for the edge.
really enjoyed seeing those level changes right at the beginning, adding that dynamic visual for the judges, and some really great inversions as well, just to kind of level up, or I guess maximize their level.
Yeah, they had a really great transition from an inversion to a shoulder sit straight into an extension, which is extremely difficult.
Now we see their pyramids. Of course, that's when you connect. Bring it all together. Oh, there we go.
So strong.
And again, I just love how mature all these clubs are when it comes to their dance elements as well, and their motions. It just feels like a whole level of cheerleading that is so impressive to me. Again, Holly and I, we both cheered. Holly, you were able to cheer not that long ago, 2016, right? Was the last year?
Last time I coached. Last time I
you coached.
competed was 2015. Which
Okay.
feels like yesterday. Found out on my Facebook memories the other day that is not true.
That's
It was
not quite yesterday. It does feel like yesterday, though. And then when you're at competition, it feels even more so. I was back at sort of late 2000, and I kept coaching into, 2011, 2012. Loved it so much. But of course, life happens, right? And things go on. But all of that's to say is it's so great to see the continued evolution, the continued growth of the sport. It just keeps getting bigger and better in Canada, in Saskatchewan. Yes, I'm going to call out Saskatchewan alone because we just saw Infinity Athletics from Moose Jaw, and you got Weyburn. So you're seeing all different regions. We had great work out of Prince Albert. Their their dance company putting in fantastic palm routines. But up next, we'll get to see, as I mentioned a little earlier, our first Ontario club out of Thunder Bay, Superior Cheerleading Huntress. Their U12, A team level 1. By the way, Thunder Bay is always special to me. It was the first time I got to take a cheer team on a road trip from Winnipeg, so 8 hours, and I believe we watched all of the Bring It Ons at the time. I think they may have added some Bring It Ons now, but I will never forget that trip for as long as I live. Anyone tells me they've been on a road trip, I'm like, but have you been on a road trip to Thunder Bay with an entire cheer team watching every Bring It On? It's so fun. Great memories. Superior Cheerleading. Superior Cheerleading out of Thunder Bay, Ontario. Huntress, their U12A team, level 1. Some great moments here in some groupings. Again, fantastic facials. They're selling the routine, start to finish.
So that right there, partner scenting, is very tricky. So I love seeing like more teams that are kind of in the younger demographic being able to pull off those skills. It shows a lot of body control.
Body control, body awareness, knowing where you are in space is such a big thing in cheerleading because you're working in all dimensions when you're up there. Vertical space, horizontal space on the floor. Those are all things to consider too. Just getting used to being in the air. And again, we know this. When you practice, you get comfortable also in that space. And so to step out on a stage like this is, oh, fantastic. So from Spruce Grove, Alberta, yet again, Deep Blue Athletics, but this time it's their Miss Team U12 Level 2. So that we're sort of going to live in the Level 1 and Level 2 teams for the next little bit here. Oh, you can see the sparkle from way over there, Holly.
Looks great under the lights, those uniforms.
That's how you leave an impression at the end. My goodness, what a great, powerful finish from Deep Blue Athletics. Missed.
If you blinked, you would have missed it.
Yeah.
They had a lot of great transitions, and a risky run if you have a lot of transitions is that your routine can get a little bit sloppy if you're not clean, which they were absolutely clean. They had such great fun transitions in and out of things, and they were just so on time with one another.
And again, we're seeing some really great stunting. I love this paper doll unveil. So nice. And again, so confident. Look at these flyers. They know what they're there to do. They believe in the routine. I can't say that enough. If you do not believe in your own routine, you are not going to sell it to anybody else. And they were fully in it, fully committed. Up next, the Airborne Athletics Blue Jays U12A Level 1.
It's the way we do it. Blue Jays on the back, really nothing to it. Airborne Athletics. B-L-U-E-J-A-Y-S. Blue Jays. You know the word. Airborne Athletics. Yeah, you just can't catch us.
Great performance by Airborne Athletics. Blue Jays, Airborne Athletics, of course, out of Weyburn.
They had a lot of great moments, and I'm not sure if maybe they're missing someone or what was going on there.
Yeah.
So they had one group kind of in certain parts marking, so just kind of showing what would be happening. But all in all, this was a really still amazing routine from them.
Yeah, very likely that there was someone, for whatever reason, not in the routine today. I mean, I've been there. I think a lot of cheerleaders have before, and that's pretty much what you're supposed to do, just to indicate we know where we're supposed to be in the routine. And you don't always have time to try to rejig an entire routine. You also don't always want to run that risk of doing that. Up next, out of Saskatoon, very fire cheerleading fireworks, U12 Level 2. Prairie Fire cheerleading, again delivering that spark, this time with Fireworks U12 Level 2. High energy, we know that's the baseline, base level for Prairie Fire, and then excellent execution on the tumbling. The jumps again you'll see just after this. All together. Stunting. They certainly hit all their stunts. There's little room for improvement and tweaks that they know that they'll be able to hit a little cleaner tomorrow. Again, that's what this is all about. We're here to highlight the good stuff, and that is part of it, right? The growth that you see over a course of 2 days in a competition as well.
There's a lot of fun moments in this pyramid here, like these heel stretches and some of their transitions. There's a little bit of a bobble, but I loved seeing them work to save that and keep it in the air.
And that fall forward out of a stunt, that dismount, is really challenging because, again, shifts where your center of gravity is, right? You're suddenly now quite top heavy when you add to that, and so it's really well executed, really great work. Quick little peek ahead to the next three. Actually, no, we won't. We'll just keep rolling on to the next one. Premier Academy, Bonnyville, Dynamite, their U12A team, level 1. Prairie Fire, of course, enjoying a look back at their routine right after taking the big stage here in Warman. Premier Academy from Bonnyville, Alberta, their Dynamite team.
They were Dynamite. That was quite a little squad of performers.
Yes, yes, so clean. And again, I'm just continuously, the timing, the understanding of where these elements, how they all connect, everything is so intentional. Jump sequence really nice. Level changes as needed. I'm hoping folks at home are getting a great sampling of what these levels do in order to build up to what's next. And just a lovely, energetic finish to close it out. Of course, the smoke machines. I mean, that's the fun of competition, right? You get all those little extras,
Lights, smoke machines.
all of that. It's so great. Fans, of course, people cheering you on. That's what it's all about. Going on to the next routine now. Warman Ultimate Cheerleading. You can hear the hometown pop of the crowd there. Opal, U12 Level 2. We'll see them take the main stage here. The 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic. The hometown Warman Ultimate Cheerleading Opal team, U12 Level 2. And so put together, Holly. That's what I can't get enough of. To me, they had all the little classic touches in cheerleading. They had their bases set up so strong and in place. Everything was boom, 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 here, 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 watch me.
Yeah, no, they had a lot of really like crisp movements. There wasn't question on, oh, is this gonna hit or not? It was, this is absolutely gonna hit. Look how solid everybody is.
The tumbling as well. Again, the timing always adds that important polish to the whole look, because you can have some of the greatest tumbling, but if it's off timing, it just visually does not stand out the way you want it to. Wonderful pyramid. Again, if you can have an element where the entire team is tumbling, even if it is maybe a slightly simpler skill, it's still very impressive. I love seeing that.
No, it was a great routine from them.
And we're going on now. Prince Albert Cheer Explosion Surge. This is their U12 A-Team Level 1. Again, as I mentioned earlier, this section of the sessions sort of in the middle. There will be another judges break coming up in a bit. But this is mostly Level 1, Level 2, so we're going to stay in very familiar territory throughout. much fun was that, Holly? Prince Albert Cheer Explosion Surge. Level 1, but dialed in on all of the energy. Again, using that, okay, we're level 1, but hey, we're going to crush this level. We're going to dominate it.
They had some very elite level 1 skills in there as well. One section where they had dual base, so they had 4 flyers up on such a small team is already impressive. But then they had TikTok elements and also a TikTok with a quarter turn.
It's awesome.
Right
And look
here.
at those arabesques. Come
So
on.
switch, so impressive.
Very great. Again, that's what we're looking for, right? That's what judges are looking for, is how can you make level 1 pop? You got to own the division you're in. You got to own the level you're in. Like, look at me now, right? That's the biggest thing. Up next, Boss Athletics, yet again from Regina. This time, their Posh Team U12 level 2. I bet there were people at home clapping along. That's how energetic that routine was. Just grabs you out of the screen even. It's so much fun. It's so much fun here in person, of course, in Warman. But Boss Athletics, again, bringing it this time for their U12 Posh Team Level 2.
Yeah, that execution we've come to expect from them. And there was a lot of fun transitions. There was a basket, and then the thirds, the back spots, had them and kind of swung them through their legs. And at first I was like, oh, and then I was like, oh, that was so cool.
And again, it's knowing what's legal and what isn't. I mean, that's where the coaching, hey, kudos to all of the coaches. I never say enough about that, but they have to know the rules in and out to extend, yes.
And I was like, oh, and then I was like, oh, that was meant to happen.
Very, very cool. Yeah, I like that.
Those are the things that you want to see sometimes too, because that's how you know it's like the creativity is really building in the sport, because that's not something you see all the time.
No, and to see something new is always so impressive. Right now we're going to see Infinity Athletics, club from Moose Jaw, of course. Their Starburst team, U12A, Level 1. That was so great. Great burst of energy. Again, I like that we're ramping up as we get closer towards the end of the day. There's still a lot of routines ahead, but this is great. This is a great sign of things to come, that the energy level has not dwindled at all on this long day too, but such a wonderful routine performance from Infinity Athletics out of Moose Jaw, their Starburst team.
I loved that little transition there. Kind of almost like an upside down backwards worm.
Yes. In fact, I've seen a lot of creative uses of back bends really at this level. This is a level 1 team. This moment, very sweet as well. Again, if you can execute it and sell it, the judges will buy it. They will take it and run with it and give you all the credit for it. Infinity Athletics should be proud of that performance. Now, Prairie Fire cheerleading out of Saskatoon, Firestorm. U16 level 2 getting set again. We're used to seeing large teams from Prairie Fire, and here we see it again with their U16 squad filling up the floor, getting set here. It's got that Prairie Fire stamp of approval. Of course, Firestorm U16 level 2. Making use of all of those cheerleaders on the floor. Look how many stunt groups there are, Holly.
Yeah, a lot of those were dual-based, so that'll give them a really high difficulty score. And doing all of those half twists into those moves as well is going to help them. And I'm just constantly blown away. I shouldn't be. It should be. It is the standard of Prairie Fire that they are just solid, sturdy stunters.
Yes, very controlled. I love this moment too. Again, having that assisted liberty to full extension. Nice pyramid there. Great spacing on the pyramid as well, especially when you consider different body lengths, gives you different wingspan lengths, all of that, and you have to make sure that you're well adjusted so that everything is still spaced out so well, using that as an example there. Of course, Prairie Fire, not the only team to just execute those details perfectly. Love to see it. I am going to now just tee up very quickly, Holly, the next three. Rebels Cheerleading Athletics out of Regina Rage, that's U12B level 1. Then Gritters Cheerleading out of Yorkton, their tackle team, U16 level 2. And then Royalty Elite Athletics, we have not seen this club yet. They're from Leduc, Alberta. They're the Divine Team, U12B 1. And hey, we're already going back to it. I was going to ask you about some more stunning things. We'll cover all the bases in every sense of the word throughout the day, especially tomorrow again when we revisit these routines, and we'll get to have a little bit of a knowledge of what we can expect to see, and then of course point out what has been improved from today's competition. Rebels Cheerleading Rage.
Another really fun routine from Rebels.
Yes, oh my goodness. That moment, I mean, again, it's just, okay, we're going to pop you up in the air, you're going to hit this and make it linger. Keep that moment in everyone's minds. Sure, there were a couple bobbles here and there, but overall, very clean. In fact, I didn't even notice until the replay here. And that's great, right? They're going to get a chance to just build on that even further. And this team is very controlled. Look at that.
Some of the things that we're seeing from some of these younger teams are those straddle sits from the floor all the way up into like a prep level set, which when you're going from any other angle, the Flyers can help. They can push off with their arms, they can kind of use their legs. The bases have to be so strong to be able to just lift that up from the floor all the way to prep level. And we're seeing that in a lot of these young teams, which is, I mean, it's very impressive. They're buff.
Very impressive. Yes, the base is having to do really the lifting, as you said. No momentum. There's no, okay, we're going to bounce up and make it happen. I also wrote here, excuse me, heel stretches for days. I loved those. They pulled them so nicely. So kudos there for those Rebel cheerleaders. Up next, Gritters Cheerleading out of Yorkton. Again, their tackle team. sounds funny to say that. They're not tackling anybody. It's just tackle. U16 level 2, and then that'll be followed by Royalty Elite Athletics out of Leduc. But right now, again, Gritters, Yorkton. You know what? I need to count out how many teams Gritters puts forward. Not teams, routines, because there were also some duos as well, I believe. But really impressive, just the showing here from Yorkton. Gritters cheerleading tackle. My goodness, and did they attack this routine? Oh, right from the get-go. Beautiful, dynamic direction changes. Look at that. I know Holly's like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now?
The one thing that I mean, they had great transitions, but the height on their baskets. You don't see that on some collegiate teams sometimes.
Yep, and that's a testament to technique.
Right there.
You go. And again, with the straight leg, you almost visually cut it off a little bit because your whole body is straightened out in those rides. So you really see the height executed well. I wonder, you might not be able to see, but there was a great moment where they lifted off right from the floor into prep level, I believe. It was so impressive. Another great routine from Gritters. Up next, Royalty Elite Athletics from Leduc, Alberta. The club's first time taking the mat tonight. Divine U12B Level 1. Just waiting for the music as you do. Composed in place until the DJ's ready to get your music going. This can be some of the hardest parts of competitions if you're waiting there for a while, but there's a crowd, there's the smile.
I was gonna say, you're gonna hear the crowd get behind them. Sometimes this kind of stuff happens and you kind of just gotta wait.
And yeah, you can't break because you don't know when your music's about to go, so you gotta stay in position. They are doing so well. Arms in the air. Okay, there we go.
We gonna
Royalty Elite Athletics leaving the stage now. And after having to wait for their music, they didn't miss a beat.
That sometimes can kind of throw athletes off, and it just shows how confident they are in being able to pull the routine off when kind of a little hiccup happens at the beginning. And I love how much partner stunting we are seeing in some of these young teams. That strength is there.
Partner, of course, indicating it's just a base and a flyer. And that's how you really make your team look so big on the stage as well, really taking up that space. Love this moment too. Again, so impressed with younger cheerleaders and their ability to understand like where to connect on the arms, all of that. Sometimes you don't even see that in older age categories. That understanding of where their body is in space and connecting well on a mat like this, on a raised platform as it is here in Warman. Northern Cheerleading All-Stars Black Ice U16 Level 2. Way to stick it at the end. Love that for Northern Cheerleading All-Stars Black Ice. Get to relive some of the magic here. Great pike jumps. Again, seeing some really solid pike jumps across the board. That was a cool transition up into that stunt. Again, really wonderful heel stretches too.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of creativity in lines as far as you're not just seeing just libs here and like all the time. You're going to see some heel stretches, some arabesques, we saw some scales, some scorps.
An important reminder for cheerleaders once again across the board, but that heel stretch, I mean the ones that really pop in my mind are the ones where that toe is extended all the way through from the point of leaving the base's hands to coming up, right? You just want to keep that extension all the way through. But what do I know? I'm just enjoying the fun here. Again, the judges are sitting beside Holly and I. We can't see them. We don't get a look at the score sheets whatsoever. But we know what they're watching for, of course, and they are definitely liking the cleanliness of a lot of these routines. Western Athletics blackouts.
Now it's lights out, it's a blackout. This is just a blackout. I'm scared of the dark 'cause we black out the building. Here we go. Watch us shine, watch us glow. Like the way of victory you already know.
Coming for the top spot, watch us rock and roll. We're not stopping for your luxury, we're here to take control.
Western Athletics blackout. That's their U12B Level 1 team. And Holly and I get to relive the magic with you right now. Some really fun ways to level up the level, meaning, you know, you add those twists in. I always think teams need to be a little careful when they do backwards, you know, facing stuff, just making sure that the timing is right. I thought Black Ice did a great job of that, not spending too much time away from the judges, right? You want to be intentional with that. But again, timing is everything in a cheer routine.
They had a lot of attitude. I loved that little kind of entrance that they had into their dance there. Kind of like, watch this.
Again, that's what it's about, right? Sure, maybe the judges have seen similar motions or movements, but you own it, you sell it. And this team does just that. So much fun here. By the way, we are now trickling down the last little bits before another judges break. We are a little bit behind time, so if you're just joining us, we're going to jump right in with Premier Academy Bonnieville Explosion U16 Level 2. Yeah, we're probably about a routine or so behind schedule. Totally normal. No need to panic. Just what happens, of course, you have little slight delays, whether it's with music or whatever, and just end up a little bit behind. But by the way, you can see the crowd here in Warman, the building just filling up further and further with fans. Yes, that's all I'm going to say. Yes to all of that, Holly. I know you agree. I could see the little hand motions. We have these like nonverbal cues that I've started to pick up and be like, yes, I want to see more. So well done.
The thing I loved about this routine so much is, we'll see this later on when we see some of the Worlds level teams. This looks like a routine you would see at Worlds, just at level 2. And that's the thing, is like, it is a hard thing to do. That's why those teams that go to Worlds are so amazing to watch. This was an amazing routine. I had so much fun watching this. The creativity, the transitions, the pyramids. Oh,
the tumbling,
chef's
of course.
kiss.
Yes, chef's kiss. Yeah, the little hands that you see, the motion. It's so amazing. Honestly, I was blown away. Again, the height speaks to technique, which speaks to coaching. Credit across all levels here when it comes to putting together a routine like this. Oh, absolute fire. Loved it. That was Premier Academy out of Bonnyville. Explosion U16 level 2. They're having a look now. That's again level 2. Don't be deterred by the levels. Of course, when we start talking about level 5, so there's a little level 6 action later on in the night. Yes, we're going to see high level cheerleading, but at the same time, when you can give me a level 2 routine like that had me on the edge of my seat the whole time, as Holly said, a Worlds level routine.
Yeah, just
in
a
lot of
level
ways.
2.
Just
And
level
that was
2.
the thing. We didn't even get to talk about it. I was so excited about it. But there was partner stunts at the beginning of that routine, all the way at extension.
All the way to extension. When we say extension, that means like obviously you're popping up from here all the way up. And it's just, that elevated. The scales were so nice. Again, an underrated skill in my opinion. A beautiful scale. You have to have the right length and extension for your legs. Okay. The event is telling us we got to keep moving along. We can't stay there forever, but that was so fun. Gritters cheerleading out of Yorkton. This is their Rush Team U12B Level 1. Okay, you're going to finish with Barbie Girl? You're going to do that to me? Holly and I are just dancing up a storm. We're like, we need more. We need more. We're going to have more routines for sure, but this was another fun one from Gritters Cheerleading Rush. And fun does not negate the technicality, the great finesse that they put towards this routine as well. Showmanship, as Holly said. I'm so glad you said that word. I feel like I've been just trying to borrow a thesaurus all weekend long because you're saying so many of the same things, but you love to see it, right? And again, that execution from this team is so wonderful.
Their execution as a club as a whole has been just awesome to watch all weekend.
Now in-house, there's some announcements being made about, clearing spaces because it is getting really full here in Warman. We love to see it. It's not near capacity by any stretch of the imagination. Come on down if you're still interested and you want to come see it live. And I'm going to grab my phone quickly because I think we might have a moment here where I can give a special shout out to our crew. Yep, there we go. There's the packed house. It really has filled up. Okay, well, we'll circle back to the crew shout out in a bit, but already Warman Ultimate Cheerleading Sapphires, U16 Level 2 team. I have seen them compete before, but this is their first time, of course, stepping on the mat.
I'm very excited to watch them because they were awarded a summit bid as well.
Ooh, okay. Yes, they are a very fierce team. Again, I saw them at provincials last year. Highly competitive team. And all the hugs at the end. I love to see that. You know that they feel proud of that routine that they just pulled out here at Warman Cheer Classic. Again, starting with a great stunt. Tucked away in the back a little bit. Would love to see it maybe come a little bit forward into the light, but really great moments as to be expected from the Sapphires team.
Yeah, no, that was a very clean routine from them. There was a couple of bobbles here and there, but they were such slight minor things that it was kind of one of those one-offs. You could tell that they've nailed this 100 times and just kind of first aid jitters or something.
It happens, right? I mean, you're waiting, you're getting ready all day, and that's why they get a chance to do it twice, average out the scores. Love that moment. Again, creating those snapshot moments for the judges to remember, keep in their mind. There was a moment as well, Holly, where the bases did this little circular transition around each other and then reset. I thought that was such a great touch. Again, elevating those moments that would otherwise be okay. We're going to get set in our base prep stance. Really nice touches. All right, moving on to Premier Academy Fort McMurray. Midnight. U12B Level 1.
The very best. Oh, we gotta turn up the crazy. Living like a washed up celebrity. Shooting through fireworks like it's the 4th of July. Let's see what we feel like. Show who you are. I'm gonna need a minute, tell you about a legend. See the legs on the floor, and we just need a second. The darkest brings many things. He's the home of freezing kings. You're about to feel it, yeah, we about to speak. Midnight, the bell tolls for red. The stories are true, you haven't been misled. Just how it goes. Midnight. Time to make it dark.
You can hear the crowd. The crowd also made up of their fellow teammates. We kind of saw a little shot of that just lined up on the mat on the other side there. Oh, what a phenomenal routine from Premier Academy Fort McMurray. Midnight. Again, Holly and I, well, Holly, you were making the motions that you were so impressed by it. And I gotta say, just some really great standout ideas here.
I'm hoping they show it in the replay, the partner stunts, that you see kind of in these levels, but here on the ground. This one right here. This is a really intricate way to get that partner stunt, and just something you don't see all the time.
Something you don't see. Again, a great replay, by the way, brought to you. All of these replays put together by Patrick Palmer. Big shout out to him. Our broadcast tech and audio, Jake Liu. On camera, Andrew Cottrell in the scissor lift. We have Caden Mallory on the big lens, getting all those close-ups. Of course, Steven Schneider, director and producer Spencer Burridge as well. Wanted to get those shout outs in because we are coming up to a judges break, but Holly, it's going to be quick. We want to stay on time. Mentioned it earlier, we're a little bit behind. So if you're joining us right now, Rebels Cheerleading Athletics Riot taking the stage, U16 Level 2. UCA out of Regina Riot, U16 level 2. Of course, we're looking at all the great moments here. Again, if you've got the hair, make it flip, make it count. Add that extra little lasting moment. Again, my overall impression of this routine, Holly, is one that's put together, what we come to know and love from Rebels. There were a few stunts, of course, gotta call it, didn't quite hit it. That's okay. We're here again tomorrow to even things out. Again, you can tell those are stunts that most likely this Rebels cheer team is very comfortable in, know what they're doing, just didn't quite hit it today.
Yeah, that's the thing with their routines all the time from Rebels. It's you can always see that they've been given a routine that they're confident in, that they know they can hit, but sometimes things happen. So that's what the great thing about a day one, day two competition is.
Exactly, and you do want to give teams, you know, routines that challenge them too, right? I mean, as much as we've talked about executing and control and all of that, you don't always want to play down a level just to be safe. So you love to see the risks that are taken, and again, this is what it's about. Regrouping, coming back stronger tomorrow. Boss Athletics, also out of Regina, Lavish, their U12C team, level 1. Boss Athletics, Lavish. That was a very lavish routine. It was rich with some really great, once again, technique, once again, execution, as we've come to know and love it from Boss Athletics.
Yeah, they should score very well on their technique in their tumbling. All of their running and standing tumbling is so in time, and that is like a big piece of the scorecard that judges are looking for in that tumbling, and they nailed it.
I really like those moments when the bases just do that simple lift up, but the flyers keep strong in their arms and their tees. It's just so crisp. It's like such a great quality about it. And we see it again in the pyramids. We are now just 2 routines to go before a very quick judges break. And so we will go back to the club from Thunder Bay, Ontario, Superior Cheerleading, Storm, U16, level 2. Superior cheerleading out of Thunder Bay, Ontario. Storm U16 level 2. And we'll have another look at the highlights before heading into our final routine of this section of this session and a judge's break. But Holly, again, great moments throughout. You can see this is a team with a lot of ceiling. You know, I can just see them growing from this experience here in Warman and being able to kind of maximize those skills further on, but really wonderful, fun to watch.
Yeah, there was definitely a lot of fun, strong moments in here. A couple of bobbles here and there, but I'm hoping tomorrow they can kind of take that and kind of get those first day jitters out, and then we can see them nail all of these things that maybe didn't go today.
And again, that's not taking anything away from any of their routines, any of what they're delivering here. It's just phenomenal overall. And when you see U16 level 2 and just what you can pack into a level 2 routine, oh my goodness, coaches have no excuses now, right? Like, the creativity, sky's the limit. So Central Cheer out of Winnipeg, they're Fab Cats, that's kind of fun. U12 C team level 1. Again, this will close out this middle section of this session tonight before we head into a judge's break, and then some of the final squads going up to level 7, folks. This is Central Cheer. Cheer, we see you all the way from Winnipeg. Wow, Fab Cats, that was fabulous, really. I loved it. Great energy again. And Holly, I think you really enjoyed this sequence too.
I did. I like that they brought the bases on the floor kind of up into a kind of a cat-cow position.
Yes.
And then brought it back down. And I love about this team and all of Central's teams is they kind of bring everybody together at the end of either a tumbling skill or a stunt, and then they move. And so it just kind of gives it that uniformity.
Yes, that's how you kind of clean it up nicely. You get to work with others on the mat to get your spacing correctly. There was another moment I really liked where they kind of changed the level in a stunt by going on their knees in sort of the prep level. That was a great pyramid as well. Again, adding that difficulty when you're in a circular kind of pattern and then motion too, and then here's the final dance moment. Okay, we are going to rush off, take the quickest of breaks, and be right back because guess what? Coming up, the final section of this session to close things out, and we're talking, okay, I see a level 2, 1, oh, there's a level 5, level 6, and level 7. Holly, it is here. We are getting to those world's level teams that we've been waiting for. Not that I haven't enjoyed absolutely every single moment leading up to this, but it's just exciting. We'll be right back from the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic. Holly Warniak, Daniela Ponticelli, our great Access Now sports crew, live from the Warman Home Center Communiplex. Stay with us. We told you it would be a very quick break. We're back at it. Royalty Elite Athletics Eminence U16 Level 2. Royalty Elite Athletics from Leduc, Alberta, their Eminence team, U16 Level 2. Been mightily impressed from this club. They have certainly shown up today, executing on those jumps, executing on that tumbling. Really using the space nicely.
Great timing as well.
Getting up into those stunts, always trying to make it look as easy as possible, especially on the more difficult skills, right? You want to sell that you know what you're doing, and they're doing just that. And we're moving right along again. Everyone trying to keep on time here. It's going to be a late night for so many of these teams. And we're back at it tomorrow. Not quite as early as today. Today was 9 a.m. Central. Tomorrow's 10 a.m. Central. Up next, Warman Ultimate Cheerleading Emeralds U12C Level 1. They're taking the floor. And a quick reminder as well, there is the time change happening, but not in Saskatchewan. I'll circle back to that later. Warman Emeralds U12C. That was a lot of fun. Also, wow, again, Warman, not sure why I'm surprised that you have so many cheerleaders, but I just love it. I love to see the passion for cheerleading in this community.
Yeah, being able to fill out a squad this large and have everyone execute it so well, you can just see the amount of practice that goes into coordinating not only that many athletes and building formations for them, but making sure everyone is on par with each other.
And again, it's just when you start to then break down those groups into threes like we just saw, they just spread out nicely all across the floor. Ooh, wonderful visual. And there's that finishing moment there. Oh, Holly, I want to share something that was very sweet that happened during the judges' break. I had a nice surprise. I had a Winnipeg cheerleader come up to me and say, "You might not remember me, but you were my very first cheer coach." So I maybe had a little cry because I just thought it was so sweet. It was so great to see. Shout out to Brandy for coming to see me and say hi, because again, you don't always know where everyone goes. And I remember she was so little. She was now in the open team. So impressed. Great to see her. All right. Explosion Cheer Academy Detonation U16 Level 2.
There's about to be a fight up in here. Let's get into
Explosion Cheer Academy Detonation U16 Level 2. Getting a hang of all of the different stunts, tumbling, that you can just add some variety into Level 2. Again, there are limits, but you almost don't believe it when you see what these teams can do.
There was a lot of technical ability in some of that tumbling. That backwards roll into an extension, straight into a back handspring, that takes incredible body control.
And sure, some of the stunts, minor bobbles. That's what we've seen from a number of teams. It happens. I really love that. Really great height on these stunts, too.
The one thing about the bobbles that happened, was kind of early on in the routine, just a misconnection on catching the foot. The flyer committed to continue doing all of the motions that she needed to do. And that's how you know that the coaches are telling them, like, no matter what's going on underneath you, make sure you just keep performing. Sell that routine to the judges.
Just keep going, right? That's the big thing. And we are going to keep going as well, moving along. Premier Academy from Fort McMurray, Vortex U12C Level 1. Premier Academy, Fort McMurray Vortex.
The level 1 tumbling, when it's timed well together, is impressive, but infinitely more impressive when you have a team of this size.
Ooh, yes. Love to just multiply it, amplifies everything. Just reliving some of these great moments from the routine. Oh, full extensions. Again, really solid too. They're popping right up to full extension and they're not bouncing around, unsure, uncertain, very confident team.
We talk a lot about clubs, like the different clubs here, from their young teams to their adult teams, having that same consistency and just performance value. Premier has clubs at different locations.
Okay.
So it speaks to just the amount of time the coaches and like the owners and everybody involved will spend making sure that this is the presence we want to bring. This is what we want to look like when we go out on the competition floor.
Yeah, because every club has a culture, has a look, has a presentation and a feel. It's not just the uniforms. We're going to see it again. Boss Athletics is a great example out of Regina. This is their Fem team, U16 Level 2. And we are back on time, Holly, as well. two. Yes, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, these are the routines, the performances as a coach that you couldn't be more proud, because you just watch them go out there and just absolutely nail their routine. And you know you've done your job making sure that they're fully prepared to come out on that floor. So I know the athletes as well as the coaches should be very proud of that entire performance.
Very proud. I was just going to say it's one of those routines that leaves that lasting impression. It feels so classic cheerleading, but also giving it some modern twist, so to speak, in some of the assisted stunting that you're seeing there. And I love the attitude. Again, talk about facials, you want to see a smile. It's not always a smile, it's that attitude that goes with it. And it's the Boss Athletics attitude at that, everyone. Moving right along, Prairie Fire cheerleading out of Saskatoon, Crossfire U12C1. By the way, we're getting closer and closer to some level 5 teams. Holly will break that down when we get closer to that, but right now, Prairie Fire cheerleading. Prairie Fire cheerleading Crossfire U12C level 1.
Another great example of just instilling the fundamentals. This is an absolutely clean, amazing routine from Prairie Fire. And that comes from those coaches being like, no, we're not going to move on until we've got those foundations, because it's going to make all the difference in the long run. And a routine like this that was so clean and crisp is exactly why you do that.
And what I also love is when you see the consistency across all the different age groups and levels and what have you, it really shows that everyone is learning from everyone else as well, right? You're seeing it in action in your gym, in your club, and that's always so rewarding. Not just Prairie Fire, we've seen it from a number of clubs. We just love to shout it out when we see it executed well. And again, a really large team, very well coordinated, all put together. We're already moving on to Infinity Athletics from Moose Jaw. Again, this is their Interstellar team, U18 2.0.
So moving back into the non-tumbling, the next time we'll see this is a little bit later on with some of the higher levels. So this is the only 2.0 team that we'll see in this category.
Thank you, Holly. Again, we're going to end with ABBA. Come on, I want more, I want more. That was a lot of fun. Again, a non-tumbling routine, so you got to pack it with dance, jumps, and stunts.
The thing with this team too, there aren't any extra people. You have basically 2 full stunt groups. So for 2 minutes straight, you are stunting.
Yes,
that is a lot of endurance.
Yeah, there's no hiding, there's no being that extra spotter or anything like that. You are fully committed, fully owning it, and of course, center stage.
And the thing with this entire routine was, you didn't see them gas out, you saw them perform everything technically sound the entire time, and it was a beautifully hit zero moment for them.
It was really great. I love that effort from Infinity Athletics out of Moose Jaw. Again, we've seen a number of their teams performing. That's Interstellar. Could that be, if I'm doing my skimming correctly, that is actually the last Infinity Athletics team that we will see tonight. We'll be back tomorrow.